Hey everybody, welcome to the live stream this afternoon. How's everything going? Kyle and I are here. Alex is currently in the shop. Oh, and you can hear me talking on my own thing. Excellent. That's just how lives are supposed to be. So anyways, we are here today to help you guys learn about this new laser that Alex got. And we're kind of just checking in too. Instead of a live tonight, we're having it this afternoon because Alex is going to be unboxing this new laser. So it's going to take a little bit longer. We had someone set up, but they were sick. So it kind of worked out where it was like take a negative, turn it into a positive. Hopefully they feel better and we'll see them soon. Kyle, how you doing, sir?
I'm tired.
Yeah. Why? What's up?
I have a new dog.
Ooh, new puppy.
Yep.
New doggo alert.
We spent like 20 hours picking the dog up in the car, and she's adorable. She's laying down behind me chewing on her chew toy. So maybe we'll throw some pictures up in a little bit. But
nice.
I'm exhausted. And
yeah,
as you know,
how far?
It was 10 hours each way.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And I don't think you guys even stopped, did you? Like I literally went to bed and you were awake the next morning still.
We left Friday night and we stopped in, I think it was Virginia. And then we woke up, had breakfast, drove another 3 hours, met with the dogs, and spent 4 hours there. And
nice.
Then 10 hours back. We made it back Sunday at like 6:30 in the morning. It is a chow chow. So she's super beautiful. She's super sweet. We're just kind of, she's still, getting a little adjusted from the ride back.
You're gonna say like a huge long travel.
10 hours in the car and all the bumps and yeah. So
I gotcha. Well, I'm glad you guys made it home safe, man. That's a big deal getting new puppers. Like you guys, it's a lot of long, fun nights.
It's like a kid. You just don't get sleep for a while, and then it is what it is.
And then they poop everywhere. That's it.
They poop everywhere, yeah.
All right, real quick, saying hello to the people who we got here. Let's see. Going back, we got Andrew was first, finally. Congratulations. Like he was legit. I literally waited because I was about to type first, but then I was like, let's see who gets it. Anthony from Beaming Up Laserworks. What's up, man? Miranda says it's going to be a surprise for her. She doesn't even know what kind of laser we've got right now. Vinny,
a surprise for everyone.
I know what it is. But
surprise
that's
for me.
Surprise for, but I don't know what it like is, but I've seen the box because I had to make the thumbnail today. Let's see. Oh man, Engraved Dream says if it's a red line, ... Yeah.
I think it's a little early for the red lines.
It's a Laser Pecker 1. All right, Vinny's here. Let's see who else we got. Hey, Laura's here. Am I first? Yes, Laura, you are first. Andrew, suck it. You lost, man. Let's see. We got Vinny, Jack in the shops here. What's up, Jack? He must have anything to do and sit around all day looking at live streams. That's about right. Let's see. And then I think I saw Bronson's here, and they got 28 people looking at us now. Engraved Dreams, 3D HV. What's going on, man? Madly Crafty, Cuban Cracked. Look at this, dude. Blading back to my dorm, then I'll be able to pay attention. I can literally hear him saying that, like doing.
Don't scream and blade, bro.
Yeah, I know, right? We got We Do Widgets. What's up, sir?
Hey, Rob.
Justin Laser said, "What's in the box?"
Justin, what's good, bud?
I can talk about what's going on in my shop this week. I'm really excited. I guess while Alex is unboxing stuff, I literally have to work. So my work day for him is almost over, but then he's like, nah, just kidding. We're going to do this. And I was like, okay, we're going to do that too. So I, for Mother's Day, have a whole bunch of these that I've got a laser on the CO2 Galvo. So that's what I'm going to be working on. A lady wants basically just a little cute saying on these for Mother's Day. And then on the fiber laser, I've got cowbell. That was really loud. I know, but I got cowbell. I got to keep my finger in it to keep it from destroying people's face. So there is
keep your finger in it, Matt.
I know, I got it. It's okay. When you got a fever, you need oh no, wait a minute. So you need a cowbell is what I was gonna say. So anyways, I got the cowbells that I have to do. Well, I figure I'll do that live on air because why not? And if I mess them up, I know where to buy them. So hey, what are you gonna do? Let's see. So we got that there. And then I'm really excited too. I just finished filming an unboxing video, and then I literally went straight from the unboxing. I was like, you know what? Let's just do like a setup of this thing. And then I did the setup of it. And then I was like, you know what? Screw it. Let's just do one. And then I did a couple more. And so pretty excited. Our sponsors over at Johnson Plastics Plus. So they're our podcast sponsors. Want to say thank you to them for helping to sponsor this podcast because this is our podcast for the week. But they were really generous and they sent me over a sublimation printer and a heat press. So I'm really excited because I've never had color in my shop. I've always been terrible. You guys know every video that I make, I say I hate painting. So I literally...
I hate gluing.
I hate gluing.
It's basically the same thing.
Like Anthony says, you can't keep it together for 5 more minutes. No, we cannot. So I really hate it. Hate gluing, cutting, painting, all that stuff. But I've always wanted to have color in my shop. So talking with them, I said I really am interested in bringing lasers together with sublimation printing. And I'm really excited because I just did my first sublimation printing. And I'll be honest, the first one I messed up because I didn't know any better. So this was my very first one. Look at that, though. How cool is that? Those are my kiddos. So I was able to do my very first sublimation printing. And then I learned how to do it better. Like I took 5 minutes to actually think about the size of something and do a quick redone. And so I did it that way. So really, really excited for $775. I'm able to bring in color to my shop on a few items. And I get asked that all the time. And looking at a UV printer is what I've been looking at over and over and over again. But the cheapest one I can find is like $15,000. And that's for like a brand that doesn't have support here in the United States. Then you look at the ones that have support in the United States and it's like $25,000.
For like a normal size.
Yeah, and that's for like that's for like the starter bed with like a couple of things. Oh, hey, Anthony or Andrew, my God. Now I feel like Alex right now. So Andrew said Beth does a ton of sublimation stuff if you ever need help. That's what's crazy is it was really, really easy. I will definitely take help, by the way, but I was like shocked at how easy it was to do this. This was my second try and it came out great. Like the first one came out great. I'm just dumb and don't know math. So, Alex is here.
We
can kind of see what you're unboxing.
It's a handheld fiber laser marking machine. I know this box totally spoils the entire surprise, but we got a new laser. It's pretty cool. This is from Johnson Plastics Plus. We're not unboxing this today. We'll do that later.
Hey,
I was going to say, speaking of Johnson Plastics Plus, I also have a box I need to open up at some point too.
Yeah, I've got like 3 boxes I got to open up.
Nice.
So you're on, buddy. It's all you.
Oh, did you guys do all your catching up? Did you share all your fun news?
I literally just was showing people the sublimation printing. It was really cool. And they said, is it just me or is Alex really blurry?
He is a little bit. Let me pop in there and see if I can figure out what's going on.
It's probably just focusing on the box instead of me.
No, you're real like pixely.
Oh, is it just my internet?
Probably the internet.
Might be.
Probably the internet because it looks great to me on the thing. So watch the rerun. Let me see.
The drum roll.
Yeah.
That's so great.
I just checked your output. It is set to 1080. We can try dropping it. It's funny.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Alex is here with some high energy guys.
That's right.
Justin said you got a 144p unboxing.
Let's see.
720, eat your heart out.
I guess, okay. Kind of a bummer, though. We're going to lose the... Let me go, like, make sure Drive isn't syncing in my office. I don't want to lose the high-resolution recording for the sake of the stream, because we're always going to chop this up and re-upload it later.
We can record through the ATEM, too.
I know, but that's a lot of extra editing work.
I know.
Michael said it looks like you just woke up. Yeah.
I've always just woken
Jack
up.
says, let's all go to Alex's and watch the stream. Just in person, right?
Well, anyways, while he's doing that, I'll talk a little bit more about this because I really am excited about it, honestly. I went the cheapest route possible for the sublimation printing because I figured if anybody is out there like me and you're paying for stuff, you want to try to dip your toes in before you just go full throttle into a new type of equipment. And so I literally got the starter kit. I'm actually going to share my screen because I pulled this up to show you guys. I think it's super funny. My wife was like, I can't believe that you have that in your shop. And I was like, whatever. Let's see. I think it's really cute.
It's one way to get your daughter to maybe do some more projects.
Oh, yeah, dude. So check this out. So this is literally the machine that they sent over is called the Epson SureColor F170. It's really brand new on their website, by the way. So it's like $450 for the machine, and you can literally buy it at this price on Amazon. But you know, the reason I'm saying that is because like the price is kind of set across the market for this. But where you really get value is their bundle. So for like $50, there's like a ton of stuff. But I don't even have a heat press because I've never messed with this stuff. So basically, I have this heat press right here now in my shop. Like I'm really, it's awesome. It's a 9x12. It's really, really well made.
So the starter bundle, right?
Bright pink. Yeah. So it's a starter bundle. And I'm really glad that they sent it over because like I asked him, I was like, what's the, like when people get into this for the first time, what is it that they get? What is it that they use? Because I want to use what anybody starting off would do. You know what I mean? And so I got this bundle right here, and then I spent some of my own money on some blanks because I wanted to, you know, I'm going to burn through more than whatever they're willing to give me. So long story short, that's what I just got in my shop. And actually, I'm really excited. It only took an hour to set up too. Like literally it took 2 hours because I was filming everything, but I actually have a timer that I started and stopped it every time I kind of moved cameras around and stuff. But it literally only took like an hour and some change to set up the heat press, put together the printer, put the ink into it, charge the lines, and get out my first print, and then literally come out with a product that I think this is like 80 cents to $1. And I already looked online and there's a whole bunch of them for like $25 for a set of 4. And you can set these up and run them. The laser is, honestly, it's probably faster than the laser as far as the actual time to make something. But then setup time, definitely a little more involved, but like I was pretty impressed, man.
Good for batch runs, right?
Yeah, for sure. And so what's really nice about this, by the way, is the liquid ink. And I think, let's see. Print something once a week to avoid clogs. Yeah, so that's one of those things where like literally it actually cycles through and it dumps some. So this one right here, the Epson SureColor F170, one of the things I was reading about is that it literally cycles through stuff. But yeah, I'm still going to print stuff. I'm with you for sure, Andrew. Like, I don't want to have clogs and issues like that. Let's see. Justin said, whoops, he's talking to somebody else. Let's see. Hey, Matt, the college I'm at is going to be teaching me how to do sub printing next semester. Dude, that's dope. It's super worth it. So just saying. Anyways, I see Alex is hanging out and he looks like he's in better looking condition over there. So let's remove that. Whoop.
Tried to raise the brightness a little bit. It seemed really dark. Does this look better?
Yeah, you look way better.
All right, good. It was like super dark. I don't know why.
You're like being shined on by the heavenly light.
You might be part troll or gnome.
Also, I I did pause Google Drive sync. I think that was messing us up. So we should be.
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
streaming like at least 1080. Looking good.
All right, good. So this is a handheld laser marking machine from SFX. You guys probably know SFX, highest scoring fiber laser review on the channel, and they really wanted me to have this. They've been begging me to take this from them for a very long time. And I was just in a mood the other day because when am I not? And Venus caught me at the right time. And I was just like, you know what, man? Send it. So here it is. We're going to take a look at it. Honestly, I know very little about how these work. They're going to work like a fiber laser. It's not the theoretical difference. It's the like application difference, because this is handheld, right? This is meant to like go into a factory and like mark their ventilation pipes with numbers.
Dude,
you know,
I literally thought about how much money you could make by going to like a power plant and just going around to all of the different items and taking some plates, man. Like you'd make so much money with that.
Miranda says,
definitely.
"Oh God, I'm afraid of what Alex is going to engrave now."
Yeah,
The
dude.
babies are gonna have like little plates on them.
Just be glad. I will say, just be glad I don't have Michael Mullen's like 8 billion watt fiber cleaner gun that he bought that he like blows shit up with in his garage. If you haven't seen that, go watch his channel. It's really funny and kind of scary. But without further ado, let's open it up. I don't even know the price of this off the top of my head, so we're just kind of going to assess this at face value. And maybe towards the end of the screen, I'll look the price up and we will discuss it a little bit more. But right now, I really want to just focus on what it is and how we're going to use it, and maybe how we can. I was kind of discussing with Kyle a little earlier today, like how we may be like hacking this apart in the future. Let me take you guys into the overhead so you guys can see the pack job.
Anthony said, "Mwahaha, nothing is safe now."
This was U.S. stock, I believe, which is always cool. Nice foam padding in here, accessories box. So we'll get into that in a second, but let's focus on the main show over here. So we'll get that out of the way. Look at that, dude. This is why I love SFX. That doesn't it look so nice already? I feel like I'm unboxing like a VR headset or something.
I was gonna say, I literally thought it looked like an Xbox, like the old Xbox.
There's something to be said about form-fitting packaging that's not thrown together.
Yeah,
like
especially with
some shit for that. It's beautiful.
Especially with the fiber optics, you know. So here's our. This is oh wow, check it out, guys. This is actually different than what I think I saw online, but it looks like this whole thing is kind of shielded. So that's kind of safe. It's got an opening on one side and an opening on the other. We'll see how it all kind of fits together, but it would go against your substrate like that. So it does look like it offers some coverage. I'm not sure why it has two windows. Maybe one for like extraction. Yeah. But we will certainly experiment with it. Right out of the gate, I'm super stoked on that. I didn't even know it came with this. Usually these handheld lasers come with just like the hollow. It's just like a frame.
Yeah, like a really high ring.
So even just two solid walls is better than the zero, I think, that you would usually get with a laser like this.
Yeah.
So that's very cool. And just want to kind of decide how I want to unbox this.
By the way,
can I just go ahead?
I was gonna say I've got the website pulled up after you're done, so we can look at it because there's a couple of different ones. But yeah,
this is the SFX 30GS is their model number.
30GS, got it.
I think that's the biggest GS model in it. Then
I do really like not having to pry apart a crate. That's not really a feature of the laser. That's just inherent to what we're doing. But
a nicety of the packing method.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got our fiber optics right here, kind of attached to our gun. I kind of want to leave the gun in the foam, but I don't think that's going to work out for us. So let's try to lift the whole thing out at once. Nice and easy. Oh, man, that is crazy. That's weird. I'll show you guys that in a second. Oh, let's just get this out so we can get the box
is
down.
That thing?
Not heavy at all.
Like 15 pounds, maybe?
I will judge it for you in a moment. Let's get our accessories out of the accessory box, and then just one quick final look through here and make sure there's nothing we're missing, and I don't think there is. So, I mean, honestly, like, this packaging is good enough. Like, I feel like I could use this to, like, take the laser to, like, a job. Like, you just throw it back in there, right? That would be pretty...
It didn't look like it was super tight packed to the point where you're playing Jenga trying to put the thing back in.
What I was
even
going
if
to
I
say
didn't
is
put
really
the
nice
top...
is just having that cardboard paneling right there. Is as simple as that is. It just keeps everything in place while you go.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
think
huge for
I might
fibers.
actually keep this. Like, I might actually hold on to this box.
You should. You can literally send Chris out to a place that, like, he can be your laser boy.
Yeah, definitely.
Go, laser boy.
These are interesting here. These look like kind of like oh shit panels for the for the substrate, you know? So like if you're going to be marking the same location over and over again on some kind of material, it almost gives you kind of like a visual center, which is nice. And depending on the scale that you are trying to mark, you get a couple different sizes. Could be useful. I'm assuming that's what it's for. Oh, look, there's a third as well. That one's really big. I'm assuming that would be helpful for centering. Do these have screws? These already have screws. So this largest one actually will come out, and then we would replace them with these as needed. I like that. I think that's cool. I'm not exactly sure how it's meant to be used. I think it's going to be kind of close to what I just described, but definitely neat. Let's give it the old laser manual look here. Select the text as shown in figure 2.2. Click the edit button to enter the editing interface. Click the content box and the keyboard pops up as shown in figure 2-3. Select the font, optional dot matrix font, single line font, or double line font as shown in figure 2-4. That actually reads pretty nice. They're definitely using some kind of custom software here, and we're going to cut this open and investigate as well. But it looks nice at a glance. This manual certainly reads well. Click the login button. A password input interface pops up. Login password 123. Or administrator, you can log into the system with different permissions. So
it's the same password as my luggage.
Yeah, it's certainly readable. It looks thorough. There's like information here on doing different barcodes and QR codes, which I'm sure would be super useful for a machine like this. We've got explanations on how the software operates. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what is inside of this thing.
Dope,
but yeah, good English manual. So if you want something with a readable manual, there you go. It's a little pack of screws. We'll figure out what that's for, I'm sure.
Andrew said if it doesn't have a built-in battery, you just got to hook some backpack straps to the jackery.
I can almost...
It's like the
can
size
almost
of the battery
guarantee that this does have a battery. I'm fairly sure that it does.
It does. It has a lithium battery.
Yep.
But it can also run off of a 110 or a 220.
I just hit the power button and it's starting up. Not plugged into anything. We haven't even plugged it into anything. That's sick in and of itself.
Oh,
that's pretty dope.
God.
So
it is alive.
And here's our power adapter. SFX is really good about power adapters. They're one of the only companies that I've seen that like actually give them a thought and don't just grab some kind of factory connector and throw it on there. Yeah. Not that factory connectors aren't nice. Like, for example, Mactrons, like they're obviously being made to some spec, but they're still just like the old school kind of like screw-in connectors. These have like literally like finger locks on them. So you can press it down, insert it, and then let it go, and it locks in, which is really, really handy. And check out that power connector there. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this, but
oh yeah,
that almost looks like a standard automotive connector right there.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the, of course I think this, but the ThinkPad connectors on the Lenovo laptops, like really thick. And oh, okay, good. I was like, no, don't not include.
You know what? Looking at that real quick, like
cable.
hold it back up. The power connector there.
Yeah, sure.
Like that looks almost like do you think it's weatherproof a little bit? Like, because I mean, if you are doing like on the go, like it would make sense to have something that humidity and all that kind of crap can't mess with. I wonder.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, not like
probably am
weatherproof,
not gonna
but-
like go out of my way
I'll
to
look
test
into it.
that. But
Go get the
certainly,
hose, Miranda.
yeah. Certainly more than like other things I've seen, like metal housed connectors and things like that. The unit actually powered on over here. I'm going to turn it. I'm just going to hit the.
Yeah, it says it has an 8-inch
stop.
color touchscreen, and the interface is simple and easy to learn with multiple formats.
Nice. I like simple and easy to learn. I'm
Literally
assuming
the
it
only
can't
way
be
we-
that different from EasyCAD. It just can't be. So, here I'm actually.
Does it have like a USB port or something to like? For
Yeah,
files?
we're gonna look at all of that in 1 second. Before we
so many
investigate
questions.
this situation over here, I did just want to show this maintenance bond.
Ooh, nice.
I'm assuming this is
Probably your warranty stuff.
like a warranty. Yeah, warranty equipment schedule. Priority to repair. Party B will not charge door-to-door fee and hourly fee during maintenance. There's no limit on the number of Party B's maintenance during the warranty period. Party B shall give priority to repair according to the repair notice of the agreement of Party A. So it looks like this just basically, this document says we're going to fix your shit and we're not going to charge you for it during the warranty period. Should not charge the parts for maintenance and guarantee that the parts shall be provided by the warranty party. This looks pretty good. I'll scan this and upload it so you guys can check it out. But it doesn't seem to say anything alarming, which is nice. So we have that too. Yeah. They're like, if your shit breaks, sucks to be you.
All right,
So quick little tour here. So here's the top. It's the SFX 30GS. That's the name of this unit, not the name of any particular component inside. So don't get that confused with like the laser source. And then they do give a serial number for this specific unit on that same sticker, which is nice. The construction is really good. I'm super stoked on how this is built. Can you guys see like that?
Yep.
yeah,
Right
like it's
there,
got a
that like,
texture.
oh, dude, that's like actually like a
a
texture. It's
chevron.
not just like a shiny bit. Everything is matte, so I don't think this is going to get a lot of fingerprints off of the screen. On the back side here, we've got vent grills. I'm assuming we have some in and out, but we'll investigate that when we open it up. There's also all of these kind of duller, like black bits are rubber. They're like actual, like grippy rubber, which is really, really nice to feel too. But this plastic is not like, it's not like cheapy feeling plastic. It's like really, really strong.
Solid injection molding.
Like
Yeah,
polymerized
it's like-
or something.
It's like good, like the good ABS. It's like the good ABS.
Is that good?
The logo on here is a sticker, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. It looks like 4 bolts. Oh, here we go. Authentic, guaranteed, invalid if removed is what that little silver sticker says right there. So that's going to block us from taking the top off this. Of course, we're not going to allow that to stop us today. Also, I'd like to point out that it looks like that looked like a heat sink, but I think that's actually plastic, which would have been cool. Also on the bottom side here, guys, so there's your big 8-inch screen, which looks really nice in person. On the bottom side here, I don't want to skip over this either. It looks like we've got some pull-out feet, so you can like actually look at this at an angle while you're working on. Yeah, so like if I set this up now,
Like angle it up toward you while you're marking something a little bit.
it has like a little bit of a
Tilt
like a
to it.
lean. Yeah, just a little bit of a tilt to it, which is super nice. And then I'm really curious.
That's probably
There's a fan array in the back.
Okay.
I want to see what's in here really quick. So I'm going to grab a screwdriver.
That's probably the battery.
Probably.
All right. Do you want me to show people the website while you're doing that?
Yeah, it's only going to take me a second, so don't get stuck. But sure.
So yeah, so basically just by looking up the SFX website, we found really quickly the 30-watt portable handheld fiber laser engraving machine. And by scrolling down just a ways, you can see this is the 30GS. So if you just typed in, I think I just literally just Googled 30GS handheld portable, and it popped up. So it looks like this is $3,000 for this machine. And
I'm
then,
sure we'll have links to it added in this.
oh yeah, for sure. And you've got the 70 millimeter, and the 100 millimeter is optional. So it looks like it maybe comes with one. I don't know, maybe two lenses, or it can come with two. But honestly, and I know if you're sitting there thinking like a 70 and 100, that's it. But if you're doing a handheld machine, the focal distance past that would be pretty big for like anything bigger than that. So 100 is a 4-inch workspace. And if you're doing mobile marking, that seems pretty good.
It's also important to point out that the longer your focal distance, the larger small movements you make while holding the device are going to appear when they're marked. So if your hand is getting shaky because you've been holding it there, up against a wall for 3 minutes, little tiny shakes that are barely noticeable on a 100 millimeter lens are going to be like huge, sloppy, like scribbles on like a 300. So that at some point it's just not,
Yeah. That was my first thing. I was sitting there looking at. I was like, man, that's holding your hand up. But luckily, you could run these things. But like if you're trying to do a Z mark on Theo, for example,
gun itself, and this doesn't have the guard on it, but the gun itself weighs less than a pound. I mean, it's so light.
Yeah, this whole unit total is 6 kilograms, which would be what, like 14 pounds, about just under.
You are asking the wrong guy without a calculator.
Yeah, it's like 13.2. Yeah, so I mean, it's like basically a pretty respectable weight, man, to carry around. 15 pounds to get heavy after a while, but
yeah, I'm gonna assume that you're not carrying the source. You're like when you're marking, you're just carrying you're just carrying the gun. I'm looking, just in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for my stupid precision screwdriver kit, which has just vanished.
It's all good. I will go back over here and kind of show you guys some of this stuff.
Yeah, cover like the specs.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. So
cool.
Taking a look at this. This is the 30 watt. The marking range is 70 and 100. Deflecting galvanometer. Yep, we got it. The laser wavelength is 1064. So it says marking speed less than 7,000 millimeters per second. It's got the 8-inch adaptive or capacitive full lit fit screen. Repeat position accuracy of 0.01 millimeters. Oh, the line width is 0.03. Okay. It says number of line of characters that can be marked. Any number of lines within the effective marking range. Marking speed 800 characters. I mean, it's pretty straightforward stuff. Let's see. Runs off of a 110 or a 220, and it's got a lithium battery. It consumes 145 to 250 watts. And it weighs...
Does it say it uses like lithium ion or like a lipo?
It just says lithium battery. So let me find out.
We'll find out when we open it, which I'm ready to do when you're ready.
Oh, yeah. Go for it. Here we go. I'll look.
So, yeah, if this is the battery, that would be very nice, as Kyle has suggested. It might be. I don't know where my precision screwdriver is, so I'm just manhandling it with the big boy.
That's weird because you're always about precision in your shop. You never use the wrong tool for the job.
Yeah, no, never.
Anybody who hasn't seen it, go watch his UV video.
All right, so yes, that is a massive battery pack. With a nice little pull handle on it. Oh, it's very big and heavy. All right, let's see. As far as swapping out the battery goes, if you needed to replace the battery on this, it looks like I can just pull. Let's see. Yep. So you can literally just pop the whole thing out very, very easily. It is a 216 watt-hour battery, 10 amp hours at 21.6 volts. And I don't see any kind of identifier as to the type of battery, which is okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
that was more just me being curious. Yo,
is the connector on that keyed?
Yes.
So
Indeed, it is.
You can't
So
bolt it
yeah,
up.
so
Yeah,
one
right.
here. Let me just make sure this is stable. So one part of this connector here, if I can get this to focus,
There you go.
one part is a square back end, and the other part is rounded. And the left side, or the side closest to me, has an actual like keyed slot in it, and the right side does not. The right side is perfectly straight. So there are two keyed features on this connector, and that's also true for the power connector when connecting it in the battery too. In fact, you can literally just take this and just plug that directly into the
Oh, that's
charger.
actually, so that's pretty cool. That means if you got another battery, you could be charging one while you
Indeed.
run the machine. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, I'd probably want to confirm with SFX before I gave that to people as advice, but it certainly seems that way. I don't know.
Moya said that's an XT30 connector for anybody who's wanting to know it.
Oh, neat. I did not know that. I would want to confirm that usage with SFX before recommending people do something like that, just because I don't know what kind of like charging controller they have in here, if any. But you know, it definitely seems like you can do that, and in my experience, you know, that kind of behavior is fine. And that just slides back in there. It took just a little bit of finessing. It is like, even if I didn't have the back battery door, because you know, back battery doors, that seems like it would mostly just sit in there pretty well on its own too, which I like. It's like a nice snug fit. And we'll just pop these screws back in, and then we're just going to check out the right side of the device when you're facing it over here, because we haven't looked at the I/O yet. So we'll do that in just a second as well.
While he's putting that together, can we see the pooch, Kyle? Can I put you on?
Hey, go ahead.
Haha, Poochie.
Oh, look at the puppers. That is a fluffy ass dog, dude.
Can I show people the alternative thumbnail that I had for earlier today?
Yeah.
So, in case, like, Alex told me to make a thumbnail for today, because I finally have learned how to actually make thumbnails, and I thought this was way better than the one that I made. New doggo unboxing. Watch now.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
Honestly, this is pretty solid. I mean, it's pretty close. That was straight up Adobe Express generative fill. Just saying.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold this like this for too long, so I'm just going to do a really quick run through with you guys, just because I do it. So I'm holding the fiber optic cable in the back and just kind of resting it on my palm. So we've got a couple things over here. There's a power button. It clicks. It's not a like when you press it, it could be on or off. Like it snaps in and snaps out, kind of like the Eon power switch, which is really nice. It does have an emergency stop, so you can just smack the side of this thing to turn it off. You've got two USB ports over here, and I'm sure we'll be experimenting with those in a moment. And then under this cap here, we've got what looks like our power connector. So this actually confirms something for me, because there's no other I/O on this device. Seeing this here confirms the battery charging usage. So because this is keyed for the battery and this is keyed for the unit, and there's nothing to plug this into on the unit, this is for charging the battery. So that's actually kind of nice. So you could pick up extra batteries for this thing and have them charged when you go to a job. That way you can just swap batteries out instead of even having to deal with the charging cable. So in order to plug this in, we'd literally just pop that up and click that in, and now that's locked in, so you're not going to lose power while you're running a job if you're plugged into the adapter. So that's that. Very straightforward, super easy. I'm a big fan of that as well. All right. Do you guys want to dissect first, or should we power on first and take a look at the UI?
I mean, I say go get some stuff and let's just start blowing things up. But I guess we could do it your way.
I do want to open this at some point and take a look inside.
I feel like we should see it work first before you play with it, and then see what happens after. Yeah, I mean, literally.
For sure.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
So power on, I noticed the boot time while I was pressing things earlier The boot time seems really fast. So let's just see here. So I'm going to just turn the power key or the e-stop and then press the power switch in.
Yeah, Vince said the same thing. Power on and blow shit up. Oh, Vinny, a man after my own heart. I can tell Alex is counting.
So, yeah, 34 seconds to boot. And that's ready to mark, which is very nice. So, certainly faster than Windows, right? Just waiting for Windows to start up and then getting something like EasyCAD or Lightburn open. This just kind of jumps in. We do have a little confirmation up here that says system is ready. I have no idea what we're doing in here, guys. So we're just kind of goofing it right now. But right off the bat, let's see. We have a frame button up here. There's a test button, marking info. We'll see what that does. And then your start marking button's right up here in the top right corner. So those are all really large. We've got a draw button. Look, is this touchscreen? Yeah, it is. Oh, it's touchscreen. We have a draw button so we can draw things on the screen.
Nice.
Which is pretty cool. So it looks like just basic vector stuff. So you can do a dot or a line. Let's try to just make a line. Okay, simple line there. Graph. This looks like a misnomer for like vector. Like if we wanted to import a vector, we could test that out too. Let's close that for now. We've got text. With text, serial, date. So this is kind of like their auto text feature. Time, file read, so we can read from an Excel file, just like you'd expect to do with EasyCAD. Plan, external something, and random something. I can't read the rest of those. Random code. It looks like it just generates a random code for you. So that's interesting. Let's delete these. How hard is that? Very easy. Delete. Delete, 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 delete.
It looks
and
like
I'll do.
I was going to say,
What?
It looks like format files that'll run bitmap, DXF, HPGL, JPEG, and PLT.
Yeah. Let's see. We've got zoom, so we can just zoom in, zoom out. That's super easy. Work selected and all. I get selected. That makes sense. Like only mark selected. Mark work. So okay. So these are quick zoom options here. So work shows you the entire work area. If I select something like the line in the center, then I can hit selected, and it should zoom in on selected, which it's not doing. What about this little like line point up here? Can we do that? Selected. There we go. And then all, so if I hit all, which is the same thing as selected because I just selected everything. Let's go back to work, all, and it zooms to include everything or encompass everything. So just some basic zoom and navigation tools there. Looks like we can scroll up and down the workspace with the touchscreen as well. I'd imagine like just wanting to make small, quick adjustments without carrying a keyboard and mouse with you everywhere would be
Pretty
helpful.
handy.
Yeah, so
imagine
I
if
feel
you had
like
to go to the top of a tower at a power plant or something, and you're 4 stories up, and then having to run back down to your,
to your keyboard. Thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does look like it has actual kind of like stuff in here too for that. Let me delete this. Let's
By the way,
just
in
a
case
little bit of
anybody
text.
is wondering, it runs on a 8-core processor Linux system. So I know Vinny loves Linux. So just saying, that's something that help people if you are a programmer or somebody who knows that kind of stuff.
Delete line.
I'm just thinking how many barcodes and QR codes and like.
Oh yes.
Look at that.
That was huge. I was wondering if that was going to work. And it totally does. So there's an on-screen keyboard here. So you can actually use this. I think you can use this entire machine at this point. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just really excited by that.
No, you're good. That's what I'm saying. Like the whole point of it, man.
So let's do a hello world.
Because I literally was just saying how many barcodes and QR codes this is going to do, but then also just text, being able to walk up and do like pop in exactly whatever the person next to you with a clipboard tells you to type in and just go.
Yeah. I'm going to be kind of just learning the OS as we go here, guys. So bear with me. Character mode. Import characters. So these are like single line characters, which I know is important in industry. I'm not super up to date on like why this would matter, but I know that people like definitely prefer this in some industries where it's literally using the line to draw characters rather than like filling or having a double lined. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so, but I can't.
Like it's literally like, oh, you can't see it?
It's just a line instead of a letter. Well, I can see it. It's just small.
Is this a waste of time? Should I try to? I can try to lift it somehow. I don't want to just like have you guys completely in the dark here.
Kyle, can you see it?
No.
Okay. Well, that's unacceptable. You guys gotta tell me. All right.
Well, I literally was just looking at it because I'm looking at the website, and the website has way more stuff on it.
Yep. We're gonna put. I feel it. I see it. All right, here we go. All right, how is this?
Better.
Can you actually see what's on the screen?
I can see words and some stuff.
All right. Well, these up here are the single line characters. If you can see.
Oh yeah,
them.
I see it. Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying like
world.
it does generate them, and then there's a font list in here, so I can pick like Arial
Oh shit.
instead, and it'll like load that in. It also gives you the option of dot, which is going to generate dot kind of scan text. Can you see that there?
Yep.
So it's each letter is comprised of like a series of dots, and then where is that menu? And then we have double line fonts over here. So there's like Arial Unicode. So this is what you're used to working with traditionally in like Lightburn or EasyCAD. Is a double line with like some actual thickness to it. I think the use of those single line and dot texts are to produce text smaller than you can using the double line method. So like these would be for like really fine, really small markings.
I mean, yeah.
Those,
do you know what lens came with it that's in it right now? A 70 or a 100?
I don't. I need to turn the machine off and fucking stick my face in it, which I will do.
It's not, I was gonna say it might be in the box too.
Well, that's the thing. So I heard you talking earlier about lenses, and I don't see another lens in the box. I can go investigate the foam a little more.
I think it's just a matter of which one is included in the package, kind of.
Right, kind of like the com marker, but it did say the 110 was optional, so it might just be a 70.
Yeah, and I'll take a look at that in a moment. Here we have the hello world that we just generated, and this is what I really wanted to show off, were these kind of quick maneuvers over here to move things around on the workspace. So there's a left and down and right and up button that I can use to literally nudge things along on the workspace here. And then we also have a precision setting here, so I can actually enter how precise I want those movements on the control pad to be. So if I hit the delete button, we could put 0.1 instead of 1 millimeter. So it was moving them 1 millimeter at a time. Now it's going to move them 1/10 of a millimeter at a time. So you can make really fine adjustments just with the touch screen, which is super nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
It also has quick buttons for mirror along the X and the Y axis. So we can mirror those. You can select all or select multiple right here from the control tab. We have a quick hatch, so I can go ahead and hit fill, enable, And then it gives you some options on angle, including some quick buttons that you can tap for 90 degrees and 45 degrees. Your line distance, so we could put in like 0.025, and contour, whether you want the contour marked, fill type, ordinary, optimization, and arch filling, which I'm not particularly familiar with what that is, but we'll definitely play with it. And then some extra parameters like multiple fills. Let's see, we've got margin settings if you want to set a margin, offsets. So we'll have to figure out what all of these do, but it's cool that they're there. One thing that I don't see is like a crosshatch. So we'll have to check out like the multiple fill thing and see kind of what that does. But it certainly did fill the text, as you can see when I zoom in there on the letter. Are you guys able to see the hatch lines on the screen?
Yes.
No. Oh yeah. Yep.
Well, they're there. There's a button that says assess.
Oh, now we see them really.
Assess.
Yeah.
Maximum line speed, maximum capacity, pieces per minute, 45. Wow, that's cool. It tells you how many pieces you could do in a minute based on like the file. Maximum capacity in hours, 2,754 hours. What does that mean? Maximum line speed, 5.14. All things that we're going to have to, that's in meters per minute. So it's like 5,000 millimeters a second. With the assess button, it's just telling you kind of like some stats about how the job itself is going to run. They also have an array button. You can arc text over an arc, so they've got a quick button for that, as well as a quick center button. So if we drag this like way off, you can just hit the center button and it locks it right up. Quick rotate buttons, so you can rotate to the right or the left as you see fit. It's doing it really small because we have our precision set to 0.1, but if I set this to like 15 degrees, now it's going to rotate 15 degrees at a time. Again, just with the touch screen and
That's
center.
really cool.
It's very nice.
Do you have pinch to zoom or anything like that?
Yeah, that's what I was literally about to say. Like that.
I
or
don't
can you-
have. Yeah, it's like a capacitive touch screen, so it's not going to have like multi-touch
Can
features.
you touch and drag your finger in a direction to see if it'll turn it, like rotate it? Oh, it moved it. Okay.
Yeah, I can move it, but it doesn't. It can't sense more than one touch at a
Yeah.
time.
Well, I thought there might be like a node on one end where it lets you twist it or something.
I'm not seeing it, but I can just. I mean, the compromise there is if I hit center and we come into
Rotate.
precision. If I want to rotate it 45 degrees, I can just type
Yeah,
in 45
that's really cool
and
that you
rotate
can
it.
do.
And
Do
it's-
like a
and
weird
it's
one, like
done.
13. Let's see if it does
Yeah.
like weird shit.
Should 13. Yeah, it's just math.
Oh,
We'll do
nice.
13.
Yeah, that's really cool. So you
Yep.
can, yeah. Well, then you don't need to mess with all that. That's literally just a couple of beeps.
Yeah, and we also have here width and height. So if you need to set a specific width or height setting, you can do that. You can also lock and unlock your aspect ratio. So if you're like if you want the height to change with the width when you change the width. So like, let's say we make this 25.
You know what I'm
25
picturing you as,
instead.
like as you do this, by the way? Like I'm straight up picturing the bricks that are laser ready. You know, like the laserable bricks. And I'm like at my wife's elementary school where she teaches, they like this thing would just make money because they have like a brick walkway.
Yep.
And literally the principal told me, he's like, we need somebody who has like a handheld laser to come do this kind of thing. And he's like, do you have one? And I was like, nope. But this would make it pretty easy. Like
Yeah,
this
definitely.
is exactly what you're doing, man. Holy crap.
So it does scale, so you can lock the proportions, and it will scale the other parameter when you change
Oh,
the
that's
first
cool.
one. We can also, if I hit modify here are our marking parameters. So we've got marking speed, jump speed, power, frequency, jump delay, marking delay, corner delay. So all of your kind of like, delay settings are in there, as well as your laser on and off TC. And dot times, which is usually for running images, but this does look like it has a dot pulse option as well. I'll have to mess with that. I think that's only going to affect graphics that are built out of the dots, like the text that we were looking at earlier, but I have to confirm that. That's just a hunch. We also have an advanced menu down here. What are they hiding in here? Length limit, length control, jump limit. So just more kind of like jump and delay stuff as well, which is interesting that they keep it in here. What I don't see is like a library for managing these parameters. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have one.
I was going to ask if there was like a button for that next, because honestly, that's one of those ones where like I can't imagine having to sit there and carry around like something with you that to hold on to all of that. You know what I mean? And then having to modify them all the time. Like if you really were doing an on the go situation.
And you know, like I think the idea with, again, this kind of machine is that you are going to a place where they have so many of a thing that they can't bring it to you. Right. And if it's that kind of stuff over and over and over and over again, it should be a set once and you're done. But there probably should be a library function in this. So I'll have
or
to
at least maybe some like pre-programmed ones or something like that, like where it's like brass. Boop.
Definitely. We've almost covered the whole menu here. Up at the top, we have just some kind of basic file operations: new, open, save, save as, an undo and a redo button, a copy button, delete, and a tool button. I'm wondering, like, so if I copy that, now this little icon pops up over here that says I have something copied. Oh, and you touch somewhere and it pastes it. So that's kind of cool. And then let's see what's in tool here. So we've got some alignment tools, some justification tools. If you're trying to justify it somewhere, you can level, it looks like, vertically and horizontally, group and ungroup. It's got some Boolean operations in here. They call them combine and uncombine. So that is handy. Curve, I'm not sure what that does. Object info and array. And we all know what the array does. What is object info? That
press curve.
Seem to do
press
anything.
curve. I want to see if it'll let you like. By the way, the justify button. Like I want. All right, try touching the words and see if you can like bend it. Or well, no, I guess you can't.
Oh, tool. Now that it's selected, curve. Oh, it did something. I saw the hatch change a little bit. Let me see. So let's center on. So let's select it. Center on the selected. Then zoom in. And here we have. There's our thing. And if I hit curve, I don't know. It does something, man. Angle, overlap, optimize graphics. So it looks like object info just has some additional settings that you can select for the specific object itself. I don't know what curve did. It did something. I watched the hatch change. So
I wonder if it'll be for like a slightly curved object or something. You know what I mean? Like maybe it.
Like, it's got the icon for it is like a. Yeah, the icon for it is like a little spiral. So I think it has something to do with the actual hatch lines.
Okay.
But again, I'm gonna have to play with that. You know, reading the manual before doing something like this would probably help. But I wanted to give you guys like the live unboxing.
Quick question from Bronson: will there be more lives this summer? Do you think, or probably not?
More lives this summer?
More lives during the summer, or probably not?
Yeah, we've been doing a lot lately. I feel like, right?
I mean, I've seen a few and I've been in a few. But maybe he's talking about like the projects and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, we do them as often as we can. I've been trying to kind of swap some of the podcast episodes out for lives that are a little more like this because we've had some stuff to do. So I've definitely kind of been enjoying doing some of these things while we catch up on publishing our back podcast episodes. So at the very least, we'll have a few more of those while the podcast publishing continues to catch up with the live schedule. But yeah, man, we're always trying to do as many as we can.
I want to know when Bronson's going to come on one and actually do some stuff. Let's go.
Here's the barcode generator. Very simple. You can pick your barcode code type, and then you can enter some parameters like the height, very simple. Text, code, or text. Yeah, super easy to use. And we can cancel that. And then QR code generator built in. So pretty easy to generate your QR codes. If we zoom in, this is like a dot barcode. I wonder if, let's see, version, grade, model, ordinary, GS1. Don't know what those things mean either, but we'll have to definitely continue to play with it. I wonder, like, if I hit OK and it brings this in, like, can we not make these, like, they're just little points right now, so it's going to do, like, dots in those places.
Go
I'd really like to do
burn it. Let's go.
like a filled one. We're going to, but this is important, you know?
I want to see stuff catch on
Settings,
fire.
marking parameters.
By the way, for anyone wondering, it does have a Raqus Max source.
Area.
Well, those are two different brands, Matt.
You're a Raqus Max.
This came with a 115 millimeter
Max
lens,
source. Yeah. What?
for
115?
those who are wondering. Yep.
Ooh.
Laser, fiber, parameter range. You can set your min and max power percentage and frequency in there. User rights. So it's got like an permission system if you don't want people to change things, but you want them to be able to use it like an employee. Font management. Looks like you can add your own, which is nice. Please plug in the USB device first. So you can actually plug a USB into here and upload your own fonts. System settings, it's like time and stuff like that. I think this is running a very basic like Linux operating system in here. You've got port values. So if you do need to change your ports for whatever reason, we discuss many of them on the channel. It does have a settings area for that. Debugs, coverage, blah, 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 system info. Let's see, device name CY01A, system 2.0, device number. It's counting the operation hours. So it looks like it's got about 20 minutes of use on it. So literally still brand new. Update. There are buttons for updating, but I haven't seen anything as far as like, I don't think this has any wireless connectivity. So I'm pretty sure that we would have to like download an update onto a USB, at which point we would like load it in off the USB, which is fine. We've also got, so that's the settings menu. This was the home menu here. We also have reboot. Are you sure you want to restart the system? We'll hit no. And log in, and I can log in as the admin to gain admin access, which I think we are now. So yeah, okay, fine. Now we can mark stuff. I just want to make sure we went over like what this can do and what it can't do. You know, there's no like, we're not going to see like a desktop here. I see USB, and then there's another icon next to this USB icon here that looks like an Ethernet icon, but I don't see an Ethernet port on this unless I missed it. That would be so nice.
No, it just talks about external USB on the website.
But yeah, so I will get down off of the stool that I've been standing on, and we'll see if we can figure out kind of what's going on with our blast shield and stuff and get this into a lasering position. Oh.
Yep. And by the way, Miranda says for you, she said, yep, when the shop is reopened, we will definitely be doing more lives because we'll be there to like be there. And then Anthony said, because I told Bronson to get his butt on here, Anthony said he can come down to his shop and the two of them can stream.
Yeah, it's a good time.
There's going to be so many things catching on fire. Let's see. School gets done on the 9th. Dude, literally, Anthony has so much space. The kids literally all just like take up a pocket. They're so tiny. Like, you can just go. Actually, you could put a cot in the shop, Anthony, and just make him be your shop boy.
Shop boy, whipping
shop
boy.
By the way, this is where a while back Vinny said, what could go wrong? And I'm surprised nothing did.
In regards to what?
you standing on a stool while putting that thing on a stool.
Oh yeah, no worries. I have it under control. We're good.
He was like, "What could go wrong?" And I just didn't even answer it because I was like, "Oh, let's see."
All right, I'm gonna just kind of leave that there for a second while we investigate our gun. So there you can see we've got the lens inside. It is a bit offset, as you can see, to one side. So you're not going to be using the gun to line things up. You're not going to be like eyeballing it like this in your hand to like do a lineup because you've got the lens kind of offset there. It is the smaller style lens, but it definitely unscrews for sure. Go ahead and...
It's like the M55 or whatever.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Do I have a caliper just sitting over here somewhere? I don't think so. It's definitely unscrewing.
By the way, it says the gun head weight is 1 kilogram.
Oh, there you go. Here we go. So f-data lens, 1064 nanometers. F equals 160, and it's got a serial number on it. So you certainly aren't going to be using this with anything else in your shop. Like this is just going to be a lens you have for this. Though I think some of the smaller systems like the EM Smart use this size lens.
EM Smart, the one that Matt has uses it too.
Marker, yeah.
The com marker, yeah.
Like as you pulled it out, Lou said, "Oh yeah, that's the one."
Inside here, you can see the scan head array as well. Down there in the bottom. It's not much to talk about there. It's very compact. They've certainly done a lot of work to miniaturize this. So that is impressive. I'm still impressed with just how light this is. I think the lens itself is like almost heavier than the emitter, which is, it's not quite, but like almost.
Pro tip on that too. When you're, this follows the same, kind of rules and laws that you have with a galvo head in a normal machine, where you don't want to start without a lens, because especially with something that's going to be sitting out or being used in an open environment and moving around and potentially getting dirty, you do not want to get dirt on those mirrors.
Yeah.
So
this is the first time I've been annoyed with this so far. I wish that there was, I wish that at the very least, I wish that the assembly that they use to connect the shield to the housing of the emitter had some kind of like pull away on it so you could move it out of the way to screw this in. At the very least, a tool would be better, but I'm getting it done. It's just the least on the go about this thing.
You just need to have some lady fingers. Come on now.
And I'm touching the glass a lot, which I don't love. There's also I don't believe that there is a like protective lens on this above the actual optics. So this is the lens glass here. So you just want to be careful with that as well. And for the record, while it looks like I'm staring down into this because of the camera, I'm over here off to the side. So it's actually pointing straight up at you guys, but I am kind of safely off to the side over here. I'm not like leaning over it and staring down into it while I do this. So at the very least, the threads could be shorter so it gets tight faster.
I just saw what Anthony said. He said he's going to use Bronson as a guard dog. Oh my God. All it's going to do is just make more people come to the shop. They'll just be like, look at this guy being all cool.
I think we've hit the end of the road.
Maximum tweakness.
Warning, light on time laser is excited. Protect your eyes and skin from the direct scatter laser. So it's got a little operation light on the back, which is nice.
I kind of feel like I'm in a Valve video game and you just picked up a laser gun is what I'm feeling like.
Yeah.
Straight
up. It's like the portal gun.
Yeah, exactly. Like something somewhere is about to. Is there a cake around you right now? What's
the
going
cake
on?
is a lie.
All right, so this is going to go on like that. And so here's the nice bit. You can't really tell from here, but if I point this at me,
Oh, look at that.
this
Yeah.
side pretty much comes straight down, but this one comes off at an angle, and that makes the square at the substrate end center with the lens. So that is a big part of the
That's cool.
purpose here. So this actually kind of makes that adjustment for you. So you can look at the acrylic at the end of this and feel like you're looking at a center workspace instead of having to guess what the offset is going to be. So that's very nice. What's not nice is in order to lock this into place, there's no switch you can flip or like pressure thing or thumb screw. It's literally like screwdriver screws, and I have to get the screwdriver and screw it onto the end of this. So that is what I will be doing next. Why they gave you this little bag of snacks.
I'm kind of glad there's no pressure switch, honestly, because if I'm thinking about me being paid lots of money to put permanent marks on pieces of equipment, I wouldn't want a faulty switch like that being the reason why now I have to pay for a paint job or, some weird thing.
Yeah.
Because thinking about the purpose of it, I feel like that's probably the smartest thing they could have done.
Yeah, it's certainly
You're
not
only
going to
taking
come
it
off.
apart to work on it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I could make the same argument about, for example, Eon's new tube lockdown mechanism. Sure, the whole thing could be screwed in, but is that necessary? And does it detract enough from the end user experience?
Well, but one is a
worth having those
stationary
in?
giant machine that sits on its own pedestal, and this is one that could be going up and down stairs, getting jostled left and right. Think about you carrying shit and how you literally just bang everything against everything. Because
true.
we have carried equipment together, sir, and I think you've taken out multiple hotel corners. Smash, and I was just like, "What was that?" You're like, "It's fine." I was like, "Oh my god!" I think you're like, "That's
not
why
my
I brought
hotel,
the Pelican
not my
cases."
problem. That's what I always say.
Literally, you're like, "That's why I bought the Pelican cases." Like, okay.
That would also be a good way to transport this.
I literally, as you were putting that thing up on the chair, I was like, "Watch this be like the PTZ."
No.
It's fine. It's gonna work great.
Oh, what?
What
some of these are
different sizes.
No, some of them are like hex bolts, and some of them are Phillips head.
Maybe it gives you an option.
Heads. Yeah, perhaps. Which I think I like better. I think I like that I have the option. I'm going to finish with the. Actually, you know what? I might just stop and put the hex bolts in. I feel like that would be better. I'm definitely going to strip the Phillips head ones. These are not the best screws ever. They're fine. They're better than some, but they're not the ones that I want to be using on a regular basis.
All right. Well, while you do that, I need to line up this job. Like, I've been sitting here watching you getting all enthralled and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got to do these bells.
Let me see if I can find a hex key that fits that.
Dum dum dum. Doing a bell. Doing a bell. Let's see. Do I have that camera set up? Okay. Oh, I do. Oh, look at that. Hot dang. It's literally ready to go. All right. By the way, if you guys have any questions or anything about anything, this is our live stream for the week. So if you've got Q&As, we can do that for you. Anything like that, just so you know.
And if you're enjoying hanging out, smash that like button because it really helps.
2.5 is too big. Oh, 2. Okay. I was going crazy for a second. Let's go crazy. Bow, bow, bow. Oh yeah, that's much better. Forget the Phillips.
All right, real quick, look at your screen. What do you think this is made out of? I'm gonna guess tin.
What is it?
It's a cowbell.
How
Like-
heavy is it?
Kind of heavy. I mean, you heard it clanging.
Brass?
No, brass. Like,
Like,
I asked the guy
because
who
of the-
brought it to me, I'm like, what is it made out of? He was like, metal. And I was like, can you be more specific? And they said black metal. And I was like, yeah, that's about right. Thanks.
You think it's tin, like elemental tin, like tin
Yeah,
tin?
well, it was under $5. Remember, it came from Five Below. So I'm not thinking it's a brass bell. Like,
Yeah,
let's see.
it's not
It was-
aluminum.
Made in Ningbo, China. It's got a tracking number. Let's see if we can look it up and see if we can find it.
Do you have a throwaway or no? They all have to be good.
They all got to be good.
I'd be really interested to see what an anneal does to it. That would be a good solid clue.
Yeah. Well, he goes, I do have a throwaway one, and he gave me a white one. And I was like, oh, perfect. That's going to never do anything helpful. Thanks.
Yeah.
But he's my buddy, so I told him I'll give it my best shot. I was like, worst case scenario, you have one SAT administrator, because this is for people who are like assistant principals and stuff. Madly Crafty said maybe it's plate steel. Yeah, that's a good guess. I actually have right now. I was planning on using my black pint cup 300 lens cylinder correction setting, because I literally thought it was maybe some kind of like cheap single layer steel, like tiny cheapo stuff. Let's see what the tracking number says.
I do just tightening these down. I get the impression that it would be very easy to over tighten these. So I'm not torquing them very hard. I'm just like finger tight essentially. But the good news is the tolerances are solid. They are rock solid. So this is not moving at all once it's on there, which is great. Here's another cool thing. I can just put it down. So that is an option for you.
I'm not gonna lie, because I've got the fan blowing behind me. When you said torquing, I swear I heard twerking.
Twerking.
I was
I
like-
mean that too. I don't
Like-
I don't see why we should disinclude that.
I mean, I'm gonna make sure that I don't torque down too hard on this thing. Okay, by the way, I typed in, so those of you who are doing these kind of jobs, I typed in the code for this thing, the tracking number that was on the back on a little tiny sticker, and it came up with a similar one that says 4.5-inch hand brushed steel, but that item is $41. But I do see a weld on this, so I'm thinking if it's a weld, it's probably not going to be, it's probably going to be steel. Maybe.
I am going to set up another camera to give you guys a better view now that we're actually going to be operating the laser. So I'm going to go grab the XA75 and just kind of give you guys the over-the-shoulder view as we continue. But yeah, this I'm very pleased with. I did not think this was going to do this, but you can just put it down.
I think that's also why they offset the lens like that, because if you, I mean, it gives it more perimeter space on the actual like the, what would you call that? The foot of it, gives it a little more space that it takes up.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that it's got all the weight right over the top like that too, to be able to hold it in place.
Dude, honestly, holding it, I really did not think that was going to be the case. Like,
I want to see you hold it up to something though, and how does it go? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will definitely do that before we end the stream today.
Like if you did it like 10
that.
times in a row, just do it 10 times in a row. Like, where your arm's like, oh shit.
This is really nice though for like, dude, I mean, this is like even for the people that are looking to take a laser to a market,
That's actually what I was thinking about too. Is like you could put that right over a 4-inch coaster and just go nuts.
Even compared to the units like the COM marker or the EM Smart, right? With this setup, you do not have to bring a bed. So like all the bed weight is gone.
Yeah.
You don't have to bring like a tower. So there's no tower weight. Obviously,
Shielding is kind of covered a little bit better.
You're sacrificing, obviously, you are sacrificing some, you know, flexibility. Yeah. And workspace. And certainly flexibility. But if you're just marking small things on the spot, this could be like a really good solution for you. It's definitely the lightest fiber laser I've ever had. And that title used to be had by the EM Smart. And the EM Smart now is just like very heavy compared to this. So if you're looking for something portable, because this stands on its own, it could be a decent option for something, you know, maneuverable and portable.
Well, while you're getting ready for that, I'm going to look. So I'm just going to show people. If you are doing these single layer steel cups, here's a good setting for you. And this is my fast removal, like single layer paint, like cheapy stuff like this behind me. I use speed 2850, max power 95 on my 50 watt because this is with my 300 lens. So you got to throw the power down to get to it. Then I've got the frequency of 125, bidirectional fill, and the line interval is 0.025. And I use flood fill actually to help kind of punch through because again, the 300 takes a little bit of oomph out of it, you know? So I'm going to try that. Looks like Alex, are you ready to go to the next bump section here?
Yeah, just looking for a blank real quick.
Yeah, because I was going to say I'm going to throw this on here and get it measured up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. I'll measure it then. Okay, let's see. So this is where I can't use my focal stick because, by the way, I already put my level on here. I just stacked some stuff up underneath it. Looks pretty good. Go to the center spot. 543, so I need to raise this another 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Down 1. Maybe. That's pretty good. Okay. So 543. Let's go back over to this guy. Gonna have to turn this around. Oh, I guess we should turn on the laser. It's probably smart. All right, so framing. I'm not trying to show you guys that real quick. I don't know how well you can see this with the. Can you actually see the laser going?
Yep.
Well enough. Yeah.
So let's see.
There's a thing being outlined.
You're a thing being outlined.
I do my
All right, so that should do it. Let's see. So
that dog's still in your lap?
nope.
No, I put her down.
Oh.
All right, let me make sure. It's terrible phrasing, Kyle. Terrible phrasing.
God damn it, Matt.
All right, let's see how bad I messed this up.
Dude,
Oh, pretty
you
good.
might have some steel in there.
Yeah,
Run
let's
an
see.
anneal. I dare you. I dare you to run an anneal.
On this thing?
Yeah. Right now. Don't touch anything. Just run the anneal.
Oh, on a 3, I don't even have that setting correctly put in here because I use my 300 for metal. Look at what
What
it
are
literally
you-
says. Hold on, look.
What are your?
I put this note on here. It says 300, not all settings converted from 110.
That's fine. So you're at 2850 speed, 95 power.
Yeah.
So go to 50% power and then bump your frequency up to what source is this?
JPT.
50 watt.
Fucking 300.
But get rid of the flood fill. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't want it to warp, but yeah.
Keep it or don't. Keep it or don't.
Don't.
Yeah. I mean, the speed is still 2850, so I feel like it'll be. I don't think it's gonna do warping.
Yeah, we may have to slow it down. I just want to see if it reacts.
All right, let me make sure I got that right. Bidirectional, 2850, 20. All right. So we'll hit frame. Oh boy. Let's see if I owe my friend a blank. Watch it turn it black or some weird color.
Is it doing anything at all? All I'm seeing is reflection.
Yeah, I cleaned it up a little bit. Like I can hear it.
Is it annealing?
Well, let me put my God.
Drop the speed. Go to
No, it
500.
annealed it. It did. You can see it not on the where it's at, but it
Go-
literally put like a
Go
nice
to 500.
little.
Go to 5. Go to 500.
What?
I'm the master, dude. I know what I'm talking about. Go to 500.
All right. Go to
Going too
500
fast.
speed.
Yeah. Have faith.
500 speed, 50 power for people who can't see. 500 speed, 50 power, frequency 300, bidirectional fill, 0.025.
If this works, cross-hatch it and do it again. But I bet this is going to look super nice.
All right, so we'll hit frame. Oh, thank you.
Yep.
It's so much slower than it was.
Well, you know, you can always overwrite this with like steel white and it'll just do it again.
50% power on a 50 watt on a 300. For Crispy was just asking what power, 50% power on a what watt system. So there's a 50 watt JPT. We're just playing around with this
LP
thing.
source, max frequency 400 kilohertz. I don't think it's steel. I think you're right. Maybe 10. It's cleaning, but it's definitely not annealing.
Yeah, and that's like I can hear it not doing anything except like here and there it's going because I think it's catching some paint.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can like see
steel
it.
white, dude. That's my call. As far as how I would do
Just
it, I would
zap off the crud.
Yeah, I would do a crosshatch, a 45-degree crosshatch, steel white finish. Just try to get it. It does look like on the right side of the B, or I guess the left side at the camera's view. The left side of the B looks like there's some inconsistencies in how dark the actual finish is, and steel white.
Oh yeah, and I told the guy who brought me that, I said, just so you know, because this is a $5 item, my guess is it's the metal underneath will not be stainless, it will not be brushed, it will not be pretty. He said, will it be shiny? I said, it'll be shinier than the black, and he was like, great.
Yeah.
Like,
I think the crosshatch steel white, like 1,000 speed, maybe leave it at 50 and drop the frequency to like 80. Should do pretty well. Maybe it won't do anything at all. I don't know.
Oh no, it'll tear like 80. I feel like would tear it up. I had it at 125 before, and it was like, rah, 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 rah. I mean, it was going. And then you said power, leave it at.
Well, do you have a steel white for this this lens already, or no?
I mean, if I could pull it up, like Kyle, you got the 50-watt stuff around.
1 sec.
By the way, I didn't want to take away from the unboxing. I just was.
It's all right. Like I said, if you guys are really interested in the unboxing, I am going to edit this and republish it. So,
All right, so let's see. Because what I had originally was 2850 speed, 125 frequency, and the power was 95. So I feel like if you just drop the speed down to like 1500 and put the power at like 60%, like the frequency could stay pretty much like maybe 100, and it would do pretty well.
yeah.
Try 750 speed, 41 power, 45 frequency.
45. Woo.
On a 50 watt, that's going to be pretty close to his max, his peak pulse. Maybe 55. I would give a little bit more to the frequency just to cut the pulse duration down.
All right, tell me one more time the speed.
750.
750. Power was 41. The frequency was
Try 55.
55. 55. And then
55.
bidirectional, negative 45 degrees. Sounds good. All right, I'm going to put the next one in.
Oh, you're not going to finish this one the same way as the others?
This one, I don't know. It's getting char marks. Let me see. Oof. Looking a little rough. All right, we'll see how it goes. Here we go. Frame. Start. Did I move it? I didn't move it. Okay.
Note that Matt's extremely irresponsibly not wearing safety glasses.
I'm also extremely turned around, not looking at it with my eyes closed. Woo!
Can't verify that on camera.
I mean, oh yeah, because I got the camera looking at me. Looking super far away.
Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem to be doing much else either.
That's what I'm saying.
Boring
I got
material.
Whatever
it is, it sucks. 10.
It's literally looking
do
at the
crosshatch.
You can see it.
Yeah, I'd do a crosshatch to on the other ones too, just to hide the fucking scan lines. But otherwise, that's about as exciting as it's going to get.
Yeah, you can see it cleaning up as it goes right now, like a little bit there. Let's see. I missed the beginning at work. What new machine are you guys working with? So this was the SFX 30-watt GS handheld portable laser marking device. And
I do have it
here.
Yep, there it is.
So it's way more exciting to stare at than some lights.
I'm watching you on this monitor over here.
Yeah, I know. I watched.
I'll come back over.
Nothing like the boss looking over your shoulder. You gotta get off of me. Get out of me, Dad.
So this is kind of cool. It has a screensaver.
Well, we got a question real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Bronson asks, because remember, guys, this is time for Q&A. So there's really nothing off topic. We're literally just doing a live unboxing, but also like live lasering. So Cuban said, very off topic. How would I do advertising to businesses and people about my business, and what can I do? I can already tell you the number one best free thing that you could do is open a Google shop. Like, go online, open up a Google storefront, like the Google shop. Get your Google business account going.
Yeah, I believe it's called Google My Business.
Yeah, that's the new suite. So it's now all a suite. It used to be like 2 or 3 separate things, right?
Yeah, it's part of Google Maps now, actually, I believe. It's all built into Google Maps at this point.
And so that's really, really easy to do. Like I'll actually pull it up on one of the screens, but that is the cheapest and easiest thing to do, because people are going to look you up and they're going to just call you. So your location, if you don't have a storefront, which I don't, I just work from home. It literally just tells people that you service these locations, and it'll kind of tell you, like for me, I service Lakeland, Tampa, Plant City, Brandon, Valrico, and Riverview, because they're all within like 30 minutes of each other. And it doesn't, you don't have to tell people what you've got as far as a place. But the other thing that you can tell people is your business hours. You can put your phone number where they can text you, and you can even put that it's a cell phone and they should text you. which is really cool. I get a lot more work from people who, because I don't always pick up the phone because I'm like all over the place. So when I come back to my phone and I see a text, it's like, boom, there's a job waiting for me. Another thing, use Facebook. We talked about this before. Think about the market that you're trying to hit. So if your market is younger people, TikTok, while it's still illegal, is a good place to use it. Think about Google Ads. Yeah, and this is where Andrew is saying Google will give you monthly analytics that tell you how many people click on your site, missed calls. It also tells you what brought them there. So if they search for, like, for me, it's always laser engraving near me. Always is what it's a number one. Another thing to do is, let's see, Anthony said, buy some cheap stuff to give away, like cups or slate coasters, and put logos on it and give it to them with one of their nifty cards. Yeah, you do excellent card work. So that would be a really cool thing. I'm trying to think of other things. Oh, yeah. Beam It Up said the same thing I was just about to say. Just go cold call places. I've walked into bars and had a beer before and looked at their glasses, and I was like, I could do better glasses than this. And the guy goes, really? And I said, yeah, you want me to make you one? And he was like, sure. And then I bring one in, and there you go. Same thing I think Anthony got going with his coffee shop, which his coffee shop is one of his best customers. And like that, I mean, I don't know, it's great.
Yep.
You just walked in and talked to him. Let's see. I still get all Matt's because he left me on there as a manager. Oh, yeah. He gets all my analytics and missed calls. Thanks. He's looking over my shoulder, too. I get a lot of people using my Facebook page. Yeah. So the other thing, too, to think about is your market. Literally, it would be if you're looking for older people, like if there's a product for Mother's Day, probably going to be searching for people of all ages between like 18 and 30. So, I mean, you've got a bunch of things you can do there. Friend did the glass thing for a police department, sold 200 custom cups. Each had a name and date, said crispy. Yeah. So literally all those kind of things going on in places you can go talk to. Hey, Chris is here. What's up, Chris? Hey, beam me up. Oh, baby. All right. I mean, what do you guys think? Anything else you can add for how to, I mean, Alex, you've actually done Google Ads, right?
Yeah, that's the only ad platform I've ever given money to over a long period of time because it just blows all of the others out of the water as far as performance goes. So
Yeah.
skip social media, dump that money into Google Ads, Target. And I need to do an episode on this at some point, but I do 3 ad campaigns. I do one that targets my city. I do one that targets my state that I spend a little bit less on. And then I do one that targets national that I spend a little bit less than the state on that. So it kind of tiers down as your scope broadens. And that combination has worked just flawlessly for me. There's more work than I could ever do. And it's all from Google advertising. Obviously, I do all the other things that we talked about too. I am getting to know local business owners. I am doing the Google My Business and making sure that that's available. And a lot of people find us that way too. But by far, the number one performer is Google Ads. And it's just extremely effective. It's extremely effective.
Another thing too that's really good as far as like going like, so it's not really a cold call so much as you can cold call a realtor like broker. So you want to find brokers because brokers are the people who are the bosses of all the realtors in a local area. So literally you can go to a brokerage and they might have 5 or 6 different realtors who work for them, up to 20. It could be huge. And what you do is you call that manager or get a hold of that manager, do exactly what other people have talked about, where you walk up, you make them a few things. Because, $20 worth of blanks and some time well spent could be what it takes. So I work with a loan originator who basically friend of a friend of a friend said, hey, my buddy does these olive wood boards. I started making the olive wood boards for him. His client, or not his clients, his people who worked under him as loan originators saw how easy it was for me. Like I literally just bring them to the shop because they're not far away. Plus one of my favorite restaurants is there. So I usually go grab food and go see him. And then that turned into 5 or 6 people working with me from one place, which is great because now I can literally just go dump a box off while I go grab dinner, and it's just money in the bank. So
that was going to bring me to my point too of being really easy to work with and having an organized method of start to end on a project for people, especially if it's reoccurring jobs. So if they're really happy with the process and it's not a struggle, you'll find that they're really happy to refer you when people ask where they got the work done.
Yep.
And
By the way, question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
Oh, go ahead. That was basically it.
I was going to say, Wallace Dandridge, I just had seen this question. Is the machine you're unboxing the 70 by 70 or the 100 by 100? And Anthony already answered it, which is I think it was a F160, so it's like a 110, right?
Yeah, they have it in there as a 115, which knowing SFX, I'm inclined to believe. So I'd say it's a 115 lens.
Honestly, it could be a 100, but when it's corrected out, it may it's like a classification. It's not an exact. So,
yep.
Yeah. As
always.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good question. Lens corrections. I didn't even think about.
Burn something.
Well, I'm working on it. Your stupid ass has been talking for fucking 8 hours, mister.
So real quick, let's talk about Google for another minute or two. Okay, guys? Sorry that I'm answering people's questions effectively and being a good employee. I'm a piece of shit.
Apology accepted. Fucking cut. All right.
The best part-time employee we got here.
So I just had a thought, dude. Something like
don't hurt yourself.
Matt Blackwell's fixture plate would be super easy to then take this and then essentially pin this into place.
Oh, that'd be pretty dope. Yeah.
All that we'd have to do. So I'm going to do that really quick, and then
because it does have like 4 positioning holes at the end or on the bottom, doesn't it?
No? It does, but they can't be mounted that way. But that's okay. Even if I take something like these little screws right here, and we just screw these down into the plate, we can just do like a corner up method on this.
Yep. Yeah.
So I'm going to just put 4 screws in really quick.
Can I just say how much I love our group of people watching, because literally one of them knows you. Into branding says, "Don't push it off the table." Like this.
Yeah, I know.
That would literally be exactly what
I was paying attention. That's absolutely something I would do.
All right, guys. So this is a really cool thing that we figure out.
While Alex is doing that, I got 2 important things to say.
All right, I'm gonna put you on.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay, all right.
Smash the like button because it helps out the stream and it helps people find the content. And number 2, we have another question.
Oh.
Into Branding says, off topic, would you prefer to own an 80-watt JPT MOPA M7 with 2 millijoule output or a 100-watt JPT MOPA M7 with 1.5? It's a good question. I actually just answered this on the LMA a couple weeks ago with Matt.
Yeah, sure did.
And the easiest way I can describe it is think of the wattage, the actual machine wattage or the source wattage, as the average work done in a specified time period. So think of it as a marathon measurement. What is the consistent performance level over time? At least in terms of pulse lasers, right? You have a millijoule rating. Is more like a way of specifying how strong a single pulse can be in terms of output. But adjusting the settings for pulse width and frequency for a big single hit, like a punch machine at a bar, for example, right? That's where that measurement's coming in. So how hard can it hit in one ideal hit? But a lot of the time we're not engraving that way. So in some circumstances, the higher millijoule output can be helpful. But for the vast majority of people, if you're doing a lot of deep engraving, you're going to see more power down to the material with that 100-watt.
I like to tell people that having the higher millijoule rating is really great for precision applications. Like if you're doing like color on steel, if that's something you're obsessed with, having higher millijoule rating is good for that because it gives you a wider range of heat that you can apply to the surface. And also people that are super into cutting So basically 2 things that are super difficult to do that people shouldn't be doing with galvo lasers, cutting and doing colors. 2 reasons not to buy a galvo laser. If you are doing those things with your galvo laser, then your millijoule output peak pulse on that is going to be really, really helpful to have a higher number. If you aren't going to do those 2 things and you're using the laser it was designed to be used, then the wattage is going to be the deciding factor. So that's my answer that I usually give. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
So I did the setting that we talked about before, and I do like the look of this better. It's not white. I mean, take a look. Just while we're getting ready. So it's it doesn't go down to the bare metal as much and make it look rough. Oops, there you go. What do you guys think?
Was that a joke about Kyle's dog?
That would make him barking mad.
You're such a goober.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you gonna do? But the good news is we got the setting down, so that's cool. And then the other thing, talking about jigging, or like using fixtures like fences. I think most people here know this, but this is how you can make repeatability easy peasy. So if you've never done that before, really easy. Nothing crazy. Just put it there, press it up. It's nice and level, but you check anyways. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yikes. All right. By the way, feel free to take me off, whatever. Okay. So there we go. We've got our setting. We hit start. Miranda said she's firing me for that joke. That's fair. It's been a good run.
There's a lot of reasons to fire Matt. That's as good as any of them.
I mean, pretty much.
Well, I am more or less ready over here.
All right.
I was waiting to see if
Yeah, I'm going to
Kyle's
mute my
gonna
mic
say
while I finish these up.
more questions or something. Kyle, are we good?
Switched over to you.
So if you're wondering how you can get consistency with a handheld laser engraving machine that doesn't include like any kind of platform or anything, this is about as portable as you can make a laser. This was a great solution. So this is the high density fixture plate from Blackwell Engineering, which comes highly recommended. And basically I threw it down on the table. So if I was going to I keep thinking like, yes, this is great for industrial solutions, but like, how can other people take advantage of this too? Because I feel like this is a very advantageous machine for more than just that specific niche reason. So one thing that I've been thinking about a lot is like, how would I take this to like, you know, a craft show or something if I wanted to do that. This is a really great way. So you get a fixture plate. It doesn't have to be this one, but we do really recommend this one quite a bit. And all I've done here is pinned up the business card so that I have repeatability with the card placement, right? So I can place that over and over again. This could be a, like a coaster or a keychain or whatever. We built a fixture for that with the pins. And then once that's in place, we just have to fix up the shield. So I can now grab the shield and lock that into the corner there. That's held in place by these 4 bolts. And then no matter what, now every time that I place this card down, every time that I place the scan head down, we're going to get a repeatable mark over and over and over again. And if I pull this off and this gets all moved and jostled around, I can still put this in and lock that into the corner, and it's going to still do the same exact thing because it's relative to the plate and its positioning relative to the scan head rather than the plate's positioning relative to like its environment. So this is a really good solution. And then you have your little kind of marking setup over here. Maybe you have a bunch of graphics on a USB and you just swap them in and out depending on what people are requesting. You know, or you have, you know, your text generator, you can generate some quick text. So I think that there is a use for this outside of the general industrial use that it was designed for. And I think this is probably the most lightweight portable setup that I've ever seen. I don't think I've seen a more portable setup than this, because you just have to worry about the box, the scan head, emitter, and some kind of work table. And even then, like, of course, we don't actually need the work table, but that's going to make repeatability more difficult because then we're going to be framing every single time. If we're just marking the same object over and over, this eliminates the need for that. We still don't have a tower or all of the extra heavy metal pieces that we'd normally have to deal with. And because we have the part jigged up independently from the scan head, we can set our like kind of laser outline on this card like we normally would. And then once we have those two kind of rectified with one another, there's not much else you have to do. So just some thoughts about kind of repeatability there on that. I do want to go find a caliper really quick so I can measure this, because I don't want to sit here and guess with the touch screen as to the dimensions of the card. And I have one in my hands. I'm going back to the table. What do you think about this so far, Kyle? You haven't really said much about it. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I kind of like particularly what you mentioned with the ability to just kind of grab it and go, and you don't have to worry about carrying a tower with you. You can just kind of throw this in the box or into like a case, and it's just kind of ready to go. I really there's a lot of appeal there. You had the total weight on this, right? The shipping weight?
Matt had it. I forgot though.
6.8 kilograms. So like 15 pounds is what the machine is. I don't know about the shipping weight.
So 8 kilograms would be like...
No, 6.8.
Oh, 6.8?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
15-ish.
It's like 15, 16 pounds or whatever. So maybe a little bit less minus the packaging, right? Versus even like the comm marker, I think was like 25 pounds, and that was like the most portable machine I've had in terms of weight. That was an actual 20-watt source, and this is a 30-watt, and it's lighter. So, I think this is like the medium between having engraving power instead of marking power, but also the portability of something like an F1 or one of the other various brands that does the 2-watt IR modules.
Well, this is why you always put your safety glasses on, because I just blasted myself. Ugh.
Had that window pointing right at you.
Yeah. So the test button is not the frame button. So that's what I've learned today.
What I thought was interesting too was like I was reading up about the plastic on it. SFX even has like basically like a little brag on that plastic on the top there. The X going over the top that goes also around the base and everything is a special kind of blown plastic where it said that it can withstand 80 kilograms of pressure. So like it's made to get beat up a little bit. That's pretty impressive.
Nice.
Was that like 200 pounds basically?
It would be 2.2 times 80 would give you the poundage.
160 plus 16. So yeah,
like
about
that.
196.
Yep. So I mean,
pretty solid.
So I am going to rotate this away from me, just because I was thinking about rotating the workspace, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because then if I do pick this up to use it in handheld mode, it will be rotated the wrong way again. So I'm going to just leave it there, and then I'm going to, and this is kind of where the touchscreen is actually like, I think a little bit nicer than having to do this with a mouse, because I can now type in like a 1 millimeter adjustment, and then I'm just going to use the arrow keys while the red laser is on, and just line this up over the card with just a couple taps. And then we'll probably get just a little bit more precise. Let's do 0.5. So they've really made, I think, like a big selling point here that I've found, something that I'm really enjoying, is that it's very easy to do common actions like over and over and over again. And there we go. So now that's lined up. So now no matter what I want to put on this card, like I've got my box there and I'm good to go. We'll have to see how to center one thing to another thing. I haven't figured that out yet, but we're gonna figure it out right now. So let's see. I don't really have any graphics on standby for this, but we can just toss some text in. Let's do our hello world really quick. So delete. If you guys got a poor view of this earlier, here's hopefully a better view of it for you now. So we have a text field and I can edit. It does have an on-screen keyboard. So we can do HELLO, capital WORLD, easy enough. Oh, look, it's even got like a little symbol menu. That's kind of cool. We could like put the restricted after it more. And it's got like degrees Fahrenheit is in there, dollar signs, some common currencies and measurement types like millimeters are all kind of in here. So you have quick access to them if you need them. And then we'll hit OK. Oh, fixed content modification. I don't think I meant to touch that. Quit, cancel, edit, content. All right, so we have to type that one more time. That's fine. Still learning, still figuring this out as I go. WORLD. Oh, forgot hello. Can we just skip to the beginning? Yes, we can. This keeps doing things that I doubt it's going to do, and it keeps doing them, which is nice. Hello, world. Space, symbol. Let's put our little restricted back on there, and we'll hit OK. And so here we've got our line text. So this is just the single line text. We can change that by selecting a new font, and we can go to double line. And then we have some different font options in here for double line text. So we can go like New Sloth or Times New Roman. I'm looking forward to reviewing how easy it is to load new fonts into this system. But for now, the Arial will work fine. If we know the font height right off the bat, we can add that, which is also really nice, but I'm not going to do that at the moment. And that looks good. So we'll hit OK, and it's going to load that in. And we can make this nice and big. What I cannot do is click and drag to transform this text, which is something I'm very used to doing. There we go. Hello world. So so we would actually be taking a measurement and like popping it in here. I'm going to make this, I don't know, 60 millimeters wide. Oh, and that skewed it because I didn't relock the proportions. So let's relock that. 65 millimeters. That looks great. Now, can we multi-select, check that, and then center things? So tool, not really what I wanted you to do. Undo. Just think here for a second.
Kyle, did you answer Alex B's question?
Nope. I'm just waiting for Alex to do a little bit on what he's working on.
Gotcha.
It's okay. You can go for it. This is going to take me a second, I think.
All right. So Alex B in chat said, anyone here used both EasyCAD and Lightburn for their galvos? Is Lightburn worth the investment? I know Alex started the business with EasyCAD on his fiber. And then his CO2 is obviously that was a Lightburn situation. But when it came out for Galvo, he was all over that like white on rice. And then Matt, did you ever do EasyCAD when you started, or were you on Lightburn?
I have a great analogy for anybody who's ever driven a car without power steering. So if you've ever had your power steering go out, or you've ever had anything like that, the car will function, no problem. Imagine not having like anti-lock brakes and all that kind of stuff, right? So basically, a car will function. That's your laser. It'll work. But without anti-lock brake systems and without power steering to make your life way easier, the amount of work and effort that it takes to drive the car and for it to function at its highest ability is greatly at a detriment when you don't have those things. And that's what using EasyCAD 2 is like. It's literally like just trying to get the car to turn left, which should be something really easy to do that you can do while drinking a cup of coffee. Nope, you need both hands. You're like literally all grip, all torque on the wheel, trying to get this thing to go where you need it to go. That's EasyCAD 2. Lightburn just makes everything, the functionality is greatly enhanced. It's not like some magic cure-all for a lot of things, but it just works better. Like that's it. So it's just a quality of life upgrade.
Yeah,
For the operating systems that make the thing work.
Just going beyond ease of use too, it gives you a lot of tools that you just simply don't have in EasyCAD.
Yeah, that's true.
For images, even for text. If you just look at text, in EasyCAD, even just doing some basic text and getting it set up can be a real pain in the butt. Especially if you have to resize it.
Yep.
Then you have to rehatch it. Whereas with Lightburn, it's all processed automatically when you do stuff. So
that's a great point. I forgot this past week, I answered somebody's question on the LMA. They were struggling with font, and I had to actually ask Alex because like my use of EasyCAD 2 was so limited because I was like, man, this is the worst. I just kind of blessed it out. But there was literally a person who was like, hey, I'm using EasyCAD 2 mainly because it's free. This font is having a problem. I'm trying to make it's like a loopy, swoopy font. I think it was something called like Better for You or something like that. Whatever, I don't know. But basically, it wouldn't even work as a font. Like it was broken. And he had to export it into a file. He had to expand it into a vector. He had to vectorize it. And Alex has a video on that. But just typing a word like test, now you have to take that font, copy and paste the thing. You have to export it as an AI file. You have to turn it into an SVG, then get it back to a DXF. It's like a whole freaking thing. Or some one of those. I may be saying them in the wrong order, but basically you had to have it come back as a DXF. It's just painful, just really, really painful. And so again, it'll work, but like if someone came up and told you, hey, I can upgrade your car to have power steering, anti-lock brakes, power windows, Bluetooth, like for $150 for the rest of its working days, would you pay it? And the answer is undoubtedly yes from me.
Yeah.
On a $6,000-$7,000 laser to pay $150 to make it that much better, like just no brainer.
So the price did go up a couple of years ago too, or it wasn't last year. I think it was 2 years ago. But so the G-code license, which is your base license for G-code lasers, so G-code controllers that are typically used on like diode lasers, is $60. The DSP upgrade, which is for like bigger CO2 gantries that have like a Rowita controller or maybe a Trojan controller, that's $120 add-on, essentially. Think of it as like an a la carte option. That unlocks that ability to use that type of machine.
Yep.
Then you also have your CO2 galvo, that's your fiber galvo, your UV galvo. I'm sure there's some diode galvos that function on that too, whatever. but it's basically any EasyCAD 2 controller operated Galvo machine that would be compatible with that. And now they actually are working on finalizing CCAD support. But anyway, the Galvo license is 150 because that's basically the mass majority of where they're spending their time in development right now. And that's what funds it, is the purchase of the software. So for $210, you basically get the base version plus the Galvo license, and that unlocks your G code and your Galvo. Or you can do they have like an all-in-one like DSP and Galvo whatever pack. I think it still comes out to like 210 or 225 or
it's
something.
about the same. It's not really like it's just bundled together to make it easier for clicking.
I would pay double that for just Galvo.
Well, yeah, and thinking about other things like in our industry, like Fusion 360 and stuff like that, those cost like thousands of dollars for those programs. And granted, it's not three-dimensional stuff, but I mean, it's just a no-brainer. It's almost like when you have your CO2 gantry and you've got the standard air supply, like aerator that comes with it, because it's not even an air pump. It's more like an air pump than it is a compressor. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it'll do the job, but if you're trying to cut anything greater than 1/8, which is pretty much everything I cut, then you need to go ahead and get the nice compressor with an 8-gallon quiet for $200. You know, it's just what makes everything work better. But I've got to go, gentlemen. I have to go cook dinner. So I'm out.
No worries, man.
Hasta luego, sir.
I'll be back. See you guys. Bye, everybody in chat. Go like and subscribe if you haven't yet. Bye.
Thanks, man. See ya.
See you, bud. And Cuban says, I found a guy who has a plasma table, and he just purchased his first fiber along with the fiber cutter, and he is setting it up and said I would have a chance to mess around with it. Awesome, dude. Those bigger fiber cutters are super pricey, and they're super pricey to operate too because of the assist gas. So that's a pretty big win right there if he's willing to let you mess with it.
So I'm actually, before I complain about something, I'm looking in the manual to make sure that it's not a thing I can do.
I'm proud of you. Vince says he's also got to run. Hope to see that thing in action. Swing back later. I'm sure Alex will have it marking pretty shortly. Can always catch the end of it on VOD.
Yeah, I don't think he can do it. So what I wanted, the desired thing here, was to move one thing to another thing without moving the second thing. So center to a thing instead of bringing both together. And I don't believe that's an option, which sucks because I do that more than anything else when I'm preparing these kind of files. So what I'm forced to do here is tool, align vertically, and align horizontally so that they're both centered, and I know that they're centered. And then once that's done, then I have to select both and group them, and then restart my centering process with the entire thing grouped together, which seems needlessly convoluted when I already had the box centered. But I still have my target light over here, so I'm just going to sit here with the touch screen and just redo what I did earlier. But that's a pretty substantial thing to be missing. I feel like I use that a lot. I don't know about you. Centering like from one thing to another without moving one of the objects and having it as an anchor.
Yep.
Yeah. There does not appear to be a way to do that. So.
Oh.
What I do really like still, though, is the way this touchscreen works. It's very reliable so far. I feel like so. Okay, so I just spent a really long time working on that for pretty much no reason, other than it's a major thing that I use in software a lot that we didn't seem to have an option for. Now that that's done, I'm just going to throw a quick hatch on it really quick. What are we in? Multi-select? All right. And then let's just try to get this text selected. Okay. So they're layered, and that's stopping me from actually selecting the text here. So we would have to edit the layers, which I believe was in Object. It's a group. That's why. Dumb. So let's see. Let's go to Tool, Ungroup. And now we can select just the text. We can fill, enable. Let's do 45 degrees. Sure, we'll put a contour on it. Every offset. This might be for, nope, it's not. Okay. Pencil. Doesn't look like I can automatically crosshatch either. So if I do multiple fills one, I could, let's see, copy.
I need to be right back.
Okay. No, I don't think the copy is going to work either, because then we'd have to realign the entire thing again. It's missing a couple things software-wise that I use on a regular basis. But hell, let's just, I suppose we can run it once and then just change the hatch and run it again. So it definitely requires a little bit like different thinking than usual, but we've got our kind of rig set up here for kind of static marking where I'm not holding it against something. And with that done, I think we can just set some parameters. So let's see. I wish I knew what this said. Output. Oh, output port. Okay, gotcha. We shouldn't need that. Parameters. Modify marking speed. 1000. This is a 30-watt laser. So let's do power. Let's do 65. And frequency, our peak pulse output should be around 35 or so, 36, I think, on these sources. Everything else I'm going to leave as is. We're going to hit close. With the guide light, it's just bounds. You just get bounds. So we're going to want to get rid of our square. We can delete that. And that's also a bummer. So that has to be the last thing that we do is delete that, because if we want to undo it and bring it back in, we don't want to undo any progress we've actually made on the text itself. So just another thing we're going to have to keep in mind, because I don't think I can cut anything. I could save it, so we could undo, save as, and then give this a file name. So let's go back here. We'll go to ABC and we'll go test 1, T1. And save. So now I guess we could reload from this point if the need arose. Save file successfully. Okay, that's great. I'd like to continue working though.
You have freeze on you?
Yeah, it may have just crapped itself because I saved the file. Bummer.
We'll give it a second. Maybe it just needs a minute. My puppy just farted in my general directions, gassing me out.
Really?
Into Branding says, if I want to cleanly cut 300 GSM cardstock, for example, for wedding cards, 300 millimeters wide, I'm struggling to cleanly do it on my CO2 gantry. What galvo would you suggest for clean cuts? I wouldn't. If you're having a hard time doing it on a gantry, you're going to have an even harder time doing it on a galvo, especially without an air assist.
Big time.
I would want to know what the problem is. So if you're trying to cut on a gantry, is it flaring up on you? What's it doing? Are you getting a lot of singed edges? Because that could be a matter of you're out of focus, so the dot is too big and it's spreading the power out really wide beyond where it would normally be cutting. The other thing could be lack of air movement. You may not have enough air coming through the nozzle to blow out the flare-ups before they singe the paper. And your other option would be, actually, and Anthony just said it, diode, which is a good point. So diode's going to have a significantly smaller dot size, and the wavelength puts it's a completely different wavelength than CO2, but it puts it into the ballpark of what you're working with, just like a CO2. And you'd still have a gantry, and you still have the ability to hook up an air assist to it using a little pump. That would be my 2 cents on that. I don't know if Alex has anything to add.
No, dude, that's pretty thorough.
So hope that helps.
All right. So I think we're ready for our first mark. I just reset the machine. It was annoying to have it crash when I saved the file, but the file did save.
Okay.
I deleted the box so I can just reload the file with the box in it again. If I need to adjust the alignment somehow or recenter something to it.
Yep.
But for now, I think that this is pretty solid. So I'm going to start it for the first time. I'm going to hit the start button right up here. Oh, weird. Marking info. Okay, I was not expecting this. Refresh view, clear cache. Other functions, reset serial number, clear count, edit. We have 2 things in here. So start does not just shoot the laser. Send that back over to the side. Other functions, clear alarm, status of counts, condition count. Let's hit start. Object. We've got 2 copies of the text in here, so I guess we get rid of one of those. And let's try just maybe pulling the trigger. Nope. Maybe it's a combination of both. So start to arm it, and then we can pull the trigger from there. Nervous, I'm going to move it.
Oh,
Well, it
got
did
live action.
Yeah, live action. I wish that I could activate the machine without touching the scan head if I wanted to.
Yeah.
You really have to squeeze it quite hard too. So
With confidence.
yeah, gotta kind of just get a grip on it here. Because when you pull the trigger, you move the unit, you move the device.
Yep.
So that would be, and wondering if I can take my hand off it without it moving.
Anthony's asking in chat if there's a red dot to frame. I'm pretty sure there is, right?
Yeah, there is. We've been using it. Yeah. It's very easy. That's one of the great things about it so far. Has been like there's an up, down, left, and right, so it kind of almost acts like a Ruida controller here on your right panel to be able to move things around while it's targeting with the red laser. The mark looks good. It's where we wanted it to be. It's nice and center. There's nothing too exciting going on here, but just to show you guys, is autofocus not on? Let's see. There we go. I mean, what more could you ask for? I'm looking around the shop to see if there's something that I could mark.
You still have some of that slate from Johnson
I
Plus?
do, but I'd want to hold it on something, like hold it up to a thing. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to. All right, so if I point the camera over here, there's our charging station. And that piece of wall looks like it needs an engraving. So I'm going to pull the power from this. There we go. It's disconnected from AC. We're running on battery. Right now it reads 100% power. I'm going to pop my glasses on. And here's the use case, guys. So this is what you're supposed to be doing with this machine, is going into a place and you've got your source here. We're not plugged into anything at all. We are 100% on battery power, and we can set that down on the ground, and we can place this up against the wall or surface that we're trying to mark. Is that on video? Can you see that?
Yep, we're good.
I'm slipping and sliding. I don't like it. And then we just pull the trigger. Oh, I don't think I hit start. It's kind of nice to have that in as a safety, but I'm going to forget to do it a lot. Oh, that's so
It's
nice.
better than accidentally hitting that trigger and oopsie marking.
So when you hit start, it does start the frame for you automatically. Can you see that?
Yep.
I don't know what you guys can.
Got a really good view.
Camera's really far away from me right now, but so once I get this up here, now I can just, I would center it, maybe say oh, we want to make sure we're straight with this wall here. So get it where you want it. And then you pull the trigger and pray. It's technically there. I'm going to have to change the settings a little bit if I really want to mark this. That paint's super thick. Oh God, it smells bad.
Sure it is.
PPE is the name of the game with this kind of unit, man.
You're going to want a respirator.
Yeah, big time. Let's see. We can do a quick on-the-fly parameter change, though, so that's kind of nice. So I'm going to lower the speed down to 500. So we're cutting our speed in half here. And then power, I'm going to take it up to 80 with the 30 watts. And that should give us a nice clean mark on there. That paint smells like lead. So I'm getting a respirator too before we continue. Which should be on the shelf right over here, actually. Yeah, safety first with this bullshit for sure. You're pretty much always, anytime that you have a reason to use a machine like this, you're going to be in a situation where you don't have extraction available. So a respirator like this 3M1.
Make sure nobody else is around. Make sure there's airflow in the room.
Yeah, and that same goes with the laser light, right? God, these glasses.
You've got to make sure that you are protecting your eyesight and also not putting other people in harm's way.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, good.
About as good as could be expected.
Good. All right. Put our laser glasses on. So here's the outfit. So this is how you're going to want to go ahead and do work like this. And then again, I've changed our settings. We have the device here. We're going to place it on the wall. We need to hit start. So let's hit start again. Again, it automatically frames for us, which is nice. So I can put it like right below the one that we just did. And we'll make sure it's relatively straight. You got to kind of really learn how you're going to get your grip on this for sure, to make sure that you can like lean into it without it pulling back, if that makes sense. It's certainly going to take a little practice to use consistently. So there we go, and trigger. It moved, I moved it. So that took about 4 passes, and it looks like garbage. I definitely moved it.
That's
I definitely
the challenge,
moved it.
right?
So I think like now knowing more about this material, I'd probably come into the parameters. We're still at 100% battery, for anyone who's wondering. I would come into the params here, modify. Nope, it's not in there. So maybe it's in the fill settings, multiple fills. So I'm going to set it to 4, and we'll just see if it does 4 passes there for us. And we'll hit start. And again, it's all like I'm really trying to get my hand like up and around it so that we're not moving it when we pull the trigger. Kind of putting my body weight into it a little bit. Technically did what I wanted it to do. So it doesn't look as nice now. It almost like annealed it. It's doing 4 passes for each character instead of working all the way across, so it's getting hotter. A lot of the problems that I'm having are just me not understanding the software, which I feel like will get better over time.
Yeah. They're Chris and Al and Anthony are talking about like adding some kind of texture or grip to the bottom of the cone.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
100%.
I could see where like something like Plastidip on that bottom piece of acrylic.
Yep.
I feel like that would probably help add a little bit of grip. But
Dude,
you may have to account for that with your depth of focus. Like if you add like a 0.5 millimeter thick coating,
yeah,
that could actually make a difference with a small lens.
Here's the thing. Again, I don't know how zoomed in this is or how well you guys will be able to see what I'm talking about, but this acrylic piece here, the white on top of the yellow, is removable, and we have those extras. So if you have a nice flat sander, you could sand this down a little bit before applying something to add that grip to make up for it. Like this is just a piece of acrylic. This is just a 1/4 inch piece of acrylic. You could cut your own.
You could also, I was going to say, if you have a CO2 gantry, you can cut your own and do a 2-piece so that when you can adhere them together.
Yeah.
So that the screws are actually inset down from the surface like they are on that.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to worry about like drilling out countersink holes. And then then
I mean, honestly, like,
build in backups.
Even just hitting this with like some rough sandpaper would be a substantial improvement. Oh, it doesn't help that it says plastic on it either. It says like a film.
Typical acrylic coating plastic. Yeah.
Probably remove that. Yeah, I think like just some like tough grit sandpaper, like a 60. I think I have some. That would even be beneficial. Just a once over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do need to figure out how to run multiple passes though, because pulling the trigger every time is just increasing the likelihood that I'm going
the chance that you're going to wiggle it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta step away again.
Yep, no worries. I'm just here below the camera, guys. Clear count. Total. Current. That's clearing counts. View content. I can see all the layers. You can reset the serial number. Still here, guys. Bear with me. I just don't see a way to do it, which is a big bummer. So I think what I'm going to have to do is copy the text and paste multiple. So I've copied like 3 copies in random places on the screen now. I'm going to zoom out, select all of it, and just center them all to the center of the workspace on the gun, which is not ideal because,
You know, if we had this on some kind of jig or something, you know, we would, or fixture like we built over at the table, it isn't necessarily going to respect that. And that's, it's still a big problem for me, but, you know, hey, if this is what we have to do to get it to work right now, I'm definitely going to have some suggestions for them as far as software goes. For the most part, everything is there, for the most part. But there's definitely some stuff missing that you need in order to effectively use the tool while minimizing your risk for causing issues. So let's just try this one more time. Let's see if we get our 4. See if we get our 4 marks here. So we've got number 4 here. Here we go. Still really dark. I'd have to spend more time making the file, I think, at this point. Maybe we could, maybe it'll like clean up. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's a mark on my wall. It's not really the point of the test right now. The point of the test is to show that you can walk over to something and pull the trigger and it does what you want it to do. And as far as that goes,
It did a thing.
yeah, it's accurate, but it's not ideal. There's definitely some improvements that we need to make to software in order to use this efficiently if you don't have a file prepared. Like, I just can't get it to mark multiple passes. There's no way to get it to mark multiple passes. There's the marks a little bit closer for you guys. And while you look at my ugly, hideous marks, I'm going to go grab a fresh battery for the camcorder, which is about to die on me. It's going to go dark here for a second, guys.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Yeah, for real. I'm nervous to take off the respirator now.
Yeah, run the air purifiers and the exhaust for a bit before you go.
Oh, they are going, I promise.
Good.
Yeah, I started those the second I decided to do this crazy nonsense. All right, we'll lock that back in. The nice thing is that when I come back to my workstation, like, I can just kind of lock this back into where I had that card jigged up, and I could open. Oh, we gotta disarm the laser. Open, load that card file, and it's ready to mark that card again. So we have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, initial impressions, man, the laser, super cool. I really, really like it as a piece of hardware. The software just leaves some things to be desired right off the bat that I would consider necessary in order to use this effectively. Let's see, quick breath. All right, I think I can take this off. For one, like, I need to be able to just set how many passes I want it to do on something. I don't know why I can't do that. That drives me nuts. I should be able to say, you know, mark this 5 times. And I can't do that. The other thing is that centering thing. I feel like in order to use this with fixturing, which would be entirely how I would use it in this configuration, you need to be able to center one thing to another thing without moving the first item or the second one. You know, like, you should be able to center 2 instead of just center.
That's my initial software feedback. They've packed a lot into this, and it does a lot of things that you're not going to find on something like EasyCAD. But
I was going to say, this sounds like it's a fair medium between the positives of an ultra portable and skipping some of the downsides of EasyCAD, but ultimately it's still an ultra portable that's not using Lightburn, right? So you're not going to get those creature comforts.
Yeah.
In the software side of things.
But it's just like, I can't, like, I'm putting myself like in the scenario that I would be using this in, right? So let's say I'm at a market right now and somebody wants their name on this coaster. And I have a file where I know exactly where this coaster is going to corner up. And if I hit light right now, it lights a perfect box around the coaster. Right? But every time I type in a new name, the name is going to be a different width. And I'm going to have to center that name to the coaster. But I can't center the name to the coaster without moving my outline for the coaster. Because the name is going to move towards the coaster and the coaster outline is going to move towards the name. They're always both going to move, which means my positioning on the table is going to move every single time that I have a new item that needs to be engraved.
Yeah, it seems like the software is relying on you to eyeball it versus being able to center to something that's fixed.
Right, which, like, I don't think that's unfair. It's just not, like, I would never think that's acceptable. I don't know. I would have a big problem with, like, doing that on the spot for someone who's giving me money to do something like that on the spot.
Yeah.
I'd much rather just have a button, you know, that says center to, and then you select two items and hit go and it does it. It doesn't seem like a complicated thing to add. So I'm going to talk to them about adding that. I think that would be the #1 request that I have for this machine, but I don't want to undersell the quality of what it is doing right now, which is a lot. And it's doing it really well. I really am very happy with the build quality too, which is something I don't feel like I've talked a lot about since we've opened this.
It seems like it's got a decent fit and finish.
Dude, it's like the just the materials they chose. You know, and a lot of it, no, it's not just like a big metal brick. A lot of this is plastic, but none of the plastic feels cheap. There's rubber everywhere that you would expect there to be rubber, except maybe here on the bottom of the thing, the cage. But that's solvable. We talked about a few ways we could deal with that.
In terms of I/O, what do we have on the front other than the power?
There's
there's
I/O,
got to be at least one USB, right?
There are two. Yeah, there's two USB 2.0 ports. And power. That's it. There's nothing else. That's literally all there is.
Interesting.
Yep. Which is plenty. There's not a lot of things that need to go in and out of this, but
has it been on battery this entire time?
It's been on battery since I got up and walked over to the wall. I unplugged it for that.
Okay.
And it's still at 100%. I wish this had some kind of like way to just kind of like lock this in somewhere, so it's not just waiting for me to yank the fiber optic cable.
Like a holster.
Yeah, or just even like a little clicky, like, you know, like tick, you know, and then it's connected. Something, I don't know. All right, well, the last thing I really wanted to do before we called it a day today, guys, obviously, let's just be super clear about one thing too. I don't have a clue what I'm doing. So let's just make sure that we're all on the same page about that. I've literally never used this machine or the software before, nor have I used a portable handheld laser marking machine ever before. You guys are literally watching me use this for the first time, and I've never used a machine like it. So I think that speaks a little bit to the, you know, like it being intuitive, because I'm figuring it out. But
that's not what I wanted to talk about. I don't know why I started talking about that. Oh, the last thing I wanted to do. The last thing I wanted to do today, before we call it on this, is open it. I desperately want to open this and see what's inside. Oh, that's nice. It uses the same hex screw for the rest of the machine. So it should just be the 4. I would be surprised if there were more than that. And if it is just the 4, I'm going to be really impressed that they've made it this accessible, despite nuking your warranty by doing this, because they do have the warranty sticker over the 4th screw.
There's some legalities around that in the United States when selling, but we're not getting into the politics of that. So
yeah, so there's 3, and the 4th one here, guys, is our warranty sticker. So I'm actually going to switch back over to the overhead here, and we're going to.
I could see really being able to do some really awesome damage with this if you got like one of those really nice rolling Pelican cases.
Mm-hmm.
And like form fit the foam for like the source, and then like you wrap up the fiber optic cable into a little loop, and then you fit the handle in. I feel like this would be like a really, really nice little setup.
I don't even mind carrying it around. It's so light.
Well, it's more about just like when it's in the car, it's not floating around when you take a corner or stop fast.
Were you here when I was mentioning the packaging?
Yeah. I was
like, I think I'm just gonna hold on to that. I know it's not ideal. It's not a Pelican case, but like
for what?
That
totally for
works.
what it is, it's gonna serve your purposes. If you ever needed to do a lot of traveling with it, a Pelican case would be a great option.
Yeah,
like you could take this on a freaking plane. If it was in a Pelican case, I feel like the build quality, it would probably be fine as a checked bag.
Yeah. Trying to do just look, when you peel up the sticker, it says void. It leaves void behind.
Yep.
That's funny.
The serial number that was on the sticker for the Cloud Ray that I opened up, it was covering the rear upper center hole of the clamshell.
Yeah.
So I had to peel it to remove it, and it left like the void strips.
Yeah, that left void all over the place
at like a 45-degree angle.
Sorry, Venus.
Hey, we're opening it so that everybody else doesn't have to.
Right.
We're taking one for the fam.
I will note that so many times I've opened lasers, and these screws are way over torqued, and I like destroy shit trying to open them up. And this one has not done that to me. This was very easy to open. So let's just lift the top off here. Just lifts right off. So easy. And we've got a few things going on in here.
Just a point, safety-wise for you.
Yeah.
That battery's still plugged in.
Oh, yeah, true. Very true.
Don't EMI yourself, bruh.
I don't see it.
Well, the access port's on the bottom, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that.
Be a good
idea. The battery is, I'll point out, not with that.
Not with the big hunk of metal.
Let's get something for the plastic handle. The battery is in like a plastic cage in here, inside, separated from the rest of the electronics. So I do like that.
Yeah.
Just throw that out there. It looks like a lot of the components here are directly behind the screen. It is running like, I don't even know. It's like some little kind of Raspberry Pi thing. That's this board right here. And I can see the like CMOS battery from where I'm standing.
It sounds like it'd be very similar to how people would set up like Clipper with Clipper screen for a 3D printer.
Yeah.
Where the 3D printer has its own like control board that you basically install an SD card on to run the image for Clipper, and then you have like a separate Clipper screen and like a Raspberry Pi to do like the heavy lifting and networking and stuff.
Yeah.
I could totally see that being a thing. I'm still interested in how, like, what kind of software setup this is for running on Linux.
Yeah, me too. I'm
You
just
don't
right
happen to
off.
see the control card, do you?
Everything is behind the screen. So in order to look at any of that, we're going to have to get that out of the way, which I'm willing to do a little bit of work, but I'm not going to destroy this machine just so that I can look at the board. So
Yeah,
what I can see a lot of without completely disassembling this is the wiring, which looks amazing. It looks like consumer electronics level wiring, which is awesome to see so far. I will do a little bit of investigating, but if it's too compact, it's too compact. I'm not gonna nuke this so soon after getting it just to be able to tear it apart.
in
Go ahead.
I was
No,
gonna
it's
say,
okay.
in fairness to SFX, this is probably why they have like a service warranty where they do maintenance and stuff, right?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be doing this, and SFX does have good support. They have very good support and U.S. stock for their parts and machines. So this is not a massive case of like I absolutely need to be able to repair this myself. It's always nice, it's a nice thing. I would like to be able to do some basic stuff with this unit. How deep does this go? Oh.
One of the things that, one of the costs of having ultra portability is often not using off the shelf parts.
Yeah, and that's, we see that with like laptops, right? I mean, that's not like, that shouldn't be devastating news to anybody.
Yep.
I need like my cell phone or a flashlight. There's definitely some screws down in here, but I can't see what they are, and the normal hex bolt is not reaching. And I don't know where my phone is at the moment. So let me go see if I can find a flashlight. How's chat hanging in? Are they doing all right?
Yeah. Everybody got quiet on us. If you guys have any other questions or comments or anything we want to check out while we're doing this, drop it in chat.
It's okay. If they're just like happy watching, I'm fine with that. We don't have like 2 viewers, right?
No, we're hanging out. We're at 28. Again, if also too, if you guys are just popping in and just getting into what we're looking at, this is an ultra portable unit from SFX. It's a 30-watt laser, Raycus laser, with basically a head and a battery pack, and it is entirely self-sufficient. So you can run marking jobs straight off of the included 8-inch screen. And Vince is back. Vince, we marked Alex's wall.
We did the wall.
But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. We shared some thoughts so far, and we're just kind of, Alex is digging into it, hopefully to kind of see what we can see, but not to the extent that we're gonna just nuke the machine for the sake of seeing what's in it, kind of thing. So we'll see what we can see.
I don't think those are screws. I think those are the bottom caps for the mounting points for the top opening. It looks like a lot of this stuff would just like slide out if they're kind of clipped in. They've got clips back here. The plastic clips, which I don't yet want to mess with.
They like those retention, like the automotive clips that like break half the time when you try and pull them apart.
Yeah, precisely that.
I understand why they're necessary, but I hate them so much because they always break.
Me too. It looks like we have like a center. This center panel here is in like one piece, and it looks like it wants to just come out, but I'm not sure how it's mounted down. This is all just like one piece of plastic back here. I don't think there's any pins or screw holes on the bottom. There doesn't seem to be any kind of like secret rubber lifting
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like maybe the sides slide in, but it looks like the four corners and the base are kind of like the fixed points almost.
Yeah, everything that's this lighter gray color is one piece of injection molded plastic.
Yeah,
But this is not. This is like loose.
a fixed after the fact.
Yeah, and I think I see some screws down there. I just don't know if I want to stick a giant piece of metal down into this.
What can you see with a flashlight looking down the cavity for the control boards?
Not enough to be able to tell you any details about it.
We do have an interesting question in chat when you're ready for a
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna try not to kill myself, but feel free to address questions.
Don't kill yourself. Al says you typically all say that the cable doesn't need to be moved much since it's basically fiberglass and delicate. How do you think these handhelds will hold up with a bunch of movement over time? It's not so much the movement is the problem, it's the type of movement. So a lot of the time when you're putting a fiber laser into focus, you're going to raise and lower the tower so that the piece that you're engraving is in focus. The problem that you're going to see that causes issue, you'll see Alex moving it right now. It's the range of motion. So if you end up putting a really hard bend, or if you twist it and it ends up kinking, that's going to be where you end up with a fiber optic line break, and it's going to result in basically a failed fiber optic cable.
I could literally we could play jump rope with a 2-year-old with this and it would be fine. But the second it gets yanked or distorted in this fashion, just a little bit too hard one way or another, that's when you're going to have serious issues with this very quickly. So it's not so much that it's being moved. It's just that it is, in fact, a piece of glass running through this cabling here.
It's like corrugated plastic, essentially, as a protector.
Yeah, so if you break that glass, your laser is not going to make it to the emitter anymore, and it's going to start blasting out the sides of your casing or your umbilical cord here, your tether. So that's really where you want to be careful. It's putting weight and strain on these vertically rather than horizontally. That's going to cause a big problem for you. So as long as you are aware of it, just like Kyle said, these towers go up and down all day long, but it's when people put them right up against a wall and then you're moving it up that wall, like this, and you're dragging the fiber optic up and then down and then up and then down all day over and over again. That's when you start to see breakage. So it really is, just like Kyle said, he's exactly right. It's the type of movement rather than just the fact that it's movement at all. This screwdriver is not long enough, so I need to go get an extension.
Yep. Al says, good to know. Thank you and appreciate all you do. Yeah. Glad we could help. To give you another example where while Alex is doing that, so think about like laminar flow. So I don't know if any of you have ever seen like a hot tub or like a waterfall where water is shooting out of like a pipe with like lights behind it. Have you ever noticed that the light follows the path of water? It's essentially because you're creating an internal reflection with the clean edges of the water. So when you have that like sheen edge of a clean flowing water source, it essentially causes the light to maintain an internal reflection and not try and leave the flow. As soon as you end up with like a crack or a hairline fracture at the edge from a hard bend or a kink that essentially is a hard bend, that reflection is going to catch on that break, and it's no longer going to continue flowing. It's going to end up essentially collecting that heat, and it's going to end up basically melting a hole out the side. And that's where you end up with, it's like I think we have like leakage. But
leakage.
Hope that helps. Yeah, just another way to think about it. There's a lot of cool videos on YouTube if you just search laminar flow with a light, and you'll see kind of what I mean. As soon as somebody sticks their finger in the path of the flow, it breaks the reflection of light, and it no longer follows the path. So kind of the same deal.
I'm gonna hope this is long enough because
It's the story of my life. I mean, what?
Huh?
Huh?
All right, where was that screw? There you are. All right, let's try to get this one out first. Nope. That's long enough, but the Phillips head on it is way too fat. We're doing some real science stuff now, guys, so this is where things are going to get. A little slower while we try not to break things. I just need the right tool. Oh, hey, look, one of my precision screwdriver kits. I'm going to use that. This ought to do the trick. How are we doing on time, Kyle? What time is it?
We're at 5:50.
It's not bad.
Al was asking, did anybody say about how long a battery will last? I guess the obvious answer is it depends. So yeah, it definitely depends. So you're essentially running not a Raspberry Pi, but sort of like a Raspberry Pi. It's a little mini computer essentially, and that's running Linux. So it depends on what kind of load you're putting the software under, how much calculating it's having to do with the complexity of the paths that you're having it do. It also depends on like heat and cool. So like obviously some batteries like hot and cold less or more than others, as well as the motors and the galvo head. And then you also have just how much power you're throwing out of the laser. Honestly, in terms of amperage draw, when I was power testing the comm marker, actually I can pull up my power usage sheet. Give me one sec.
One thing that we can say with certainty is that the battery is easily replaceable, very, very easily replaceable. It's got a key connector on it. It's meant to be replaced. It can be charged directly with the DC adapter, and you could have extras. So you could pack as many of these as you want to, and you could just swap batteries all day. I don't know how much these cost. I don't know if SFX sells them independently or if it's something you can find on Amazon, but it certainly is easy to change out, and you can charge it separate from the unit, which is really nice. So this is like best case scenario as far as batteries go. And in the entire time that we were setting up the marking my wall situation, at the very least, the software never read less than 100% that entire time. So as far as that goes, I mean, it bears well.
So when I did power consumption testing on the 20 watt from CommMarker, it was taking in 19.6 watts at idle at a quarter amp almost, and at peak draw, 100% power usage. It was only pulling 1.16 amps. And at the full 20 watt output for the source, so 100% power, 92.1 watts at 1.16 amps. So it's about the wattage draw of a 120 watt light bulb. Think of it that way.
Given that we have a
Or
216 watt hour battery, you could expect maybe 2 hours of literal nonstop marking at full power.
Yep. I was asking for the battery milliamps.
It's a 10 amp hour, 216 watt hour, 21.6 volt battery. We'll do the math on that if you want to.
But yeah, so I mean, couple hours out of one battery, I feel like is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you happen to see what the power state was before you charged it?
It arrived at like 90%, I think, if I recall correctly. I didn't pay particular attention to it, but it certainly wasn't low because it was at 100 very quickly after the fact once we started
messing with it.
Yeah.
So even if, I mean, like if I was on a job site, depending on the cost of these batteries or even like, whatever the convenience of swapping it out, maybe it's just inconvenient to pull the case open. Even just having like a jackery or something that you could plug it in and trickle charge it for 20 minutes, I'm sure it would charge faster than it would be discharging at that wattage usage. Which is nice because you mark for 2 hours, take a 15-minute break and let it charge. You could probably get a decent charge on it in that time.
Yeah, it's a beefy charger. I mean, we could do a pretty simple math to get charge times from that too, which I can look at in a second.
Usually charge controllers. So typically the last 10 to 15% will also go slower than the first like 80%. So if it charged that 10% really fast, you can assume it's gonna probably charge a little bit faster on the lower side of that too.
It's a 150 watt charger, so it should charge pretty freaking quickly.
Beefy.
Okay, what would that be? Like less than 2 hours with a 150 watt charger?
For full, yeah, in theory.
I'm sorry for the delay, guys. I really desperately need my other precision screwdriver kit so I can use both of the extensions. We are not meant to be doing what we're doing right now at all.
Yeah, this is
and they're doing a good job.
Do as we say, not as we do situation on this one.
They're doing a real good job preventing me from doing it.
Al said, did the screen have a battery power indicator on it? Yeah. So when it boots up into the Linux system, it has it's like a GUI essentially. So you have your marking software set up, and I guess it would be probably on one of the top corners, right?
Yeah, it was in the bottom left corner, actually. It has kind of like the Ubuntu side home bar setup. If you guys rewind in the stream, I'm sure you'll see it. We do a fair bit of overview of the control software, which is decent. It needs a little work, but it's decent. It does have a built-in method for upgrading it, which is nice. So hopefully we might see some updates in the future.
Like OTA updates?
Not OTA because it doesn't have wireless, but at the very least, like a USB, like you can just load the image onto a USB and then just run the updater.
That doesn't sound too bad.
No, it doesn't.
We appreciate the questions, Al. Throw them out as you get them. No problem.
All right, I found another extension. It should be compatible. And actually a plastic screwdriver, a plastic precision screwdriver, which is nice too. So, oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Look at that monstrosity.
Oh my God.
That's perfect.
That's something.
Yeah, that should do. That should do nicely. All right. Let's see if we can do that. I really didn't want to stick the metal screwdriver back in there, so I'm glad that I found this one.
Thanks for hanging out, Al. We'll see you in the next one.
See you, Al. Oh,
Appreciate you stopping by.
Don't collapse on me. All right. There we go. Yes. All right.
What'd you think of that Walmart, Vince?
Oh, did Vince do a little rewind?
He did when he got back, yeah.
Nice.
I want to know if it at least got a little chuckle out of him.
Well, the screw is in there, but it's out. So that's good.
A little upside down action. I'm sure it'll pop out.
Oh, this is so sketchy, dude. All right. I have to push the screwdriver past all these like relay wires. It's a plastic screwdriver. Oh, I can just...
Vince says the Plasti Dip idea was a good idea, and he did get a good chuckle. Awesome.
Good, good.
We love it. Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously I haven't had hands-on with it or anything, but I feel like I would probably keep the ones that came with it stock, and I would probably like measure the thickness and subtract maybe like a quarter to a third of a millimeter off and see if I can get a board at that thickness and just literally, or half that thickness even is really what it would be. And I'd cut like a viewport for the laser and holes for the screws. And then I'd cut a second one with slightly bigger holes to kind of countersink the heads of the screws. And I would paint a nice consistent layer of Plasti Dip over it. And that would probably be my, like a nice soft rubber coating or something. That'd be my experiment.
All right, this I can confirm is loose and everything is attached to it. So my next step is now going to be just trying to pop these clips without breaking them, which should be much easier than what we just did.
Nice.
I'm just going to
real thin flathead or something.
Pull that out. And yeah, I literally have the precision screwdriver kit, so I'm just going to find a flathead from that. And that should do just fine for us. These are serious clips, dude. I'm certain that they have like a tool that they do this with.
Yeah, there's got to be like an official one. Vince says, Alex, after you render it completely dead, feel free to send it this way.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we've broken anything yet. Oh, yeah, I got one.
Hey.
Sorry, you guys can't really see.
It's okay. We're with you in spirit.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, all right. It's doable. It can be done.
We're halfway there. Oh.
Marking on a prayer.
Vince says he has faith in you after the last operation video.
Oh, thanks, man.
I think that's fair.
Can't see shit. That's the worst part.
We got to get you like a headset with a light on it, like a minor light, camping light. Maybe a drop-down magnifying glass, like Inspector Gadget style.
Yep. All right, here we go. One clipped side panel is off. I just need to reproduce that on the other side.
I'm gonna start calling you Big Fancy.
Oh, Big Fancy. Again, guys, we voided the warranty to do what we're doing right now, so this is no reflection on SFX. For all intents and purposes, they should make this as difficult as possible to do because you shouldn't be doing it. So, you know, I say good on them, good construction. All right, I'm kind of learning now, like how these clips work, so I'm getting a little faster at it. Had to open my mouth. There we go. Okay. So should be able to just lift this out at this point. What are we stuck on? We've got a couple ribbon cables. Pull that. And are you just going to pop out or are you going to be a fucking pain in the ass? I don't like pulling on that real hard.
That's what she said.
Yeah, there's a ribbon cables for the screens here.
Oh, yeah, be gentle with that.
I am.
Those, it's probably a laptop style one. I forget the acronym for it, but
they're like
those
taped down.
tear really easily.
Yeah. Oh, I got it. All right. I'm looking at this, whether it wants me to or not. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? Danger,
like
invisible laser radiation. This is our source, bro, right here. Yeah. So we've got our fiber optic cable. You can see there in the yellow. Here's our power line.
Custom source.
Definitely. Look at this rainbow ribbon cable. That's nuts.
It's the Rainbow Road, bro.
Yep, it is. This is a max source.
Oh, I was wrong. Okay.
It is the MFPN 25M 0.6. So 0.6 millijoules, I believe. Runs at 7 amps and takes a DC 24 volt power supply. I'm reading those out loud because this label faces the bottom of the machine and I don't ever plan on taking this apart ever again.
You said it was the MFPN 25M?
MFPN 25M. Yeah, please write this down somewhere, bro, so that I can not ever do this
Is that a
again.
25 watt or a 30 watt?
This is it must be a 25 watt. So
I guess we could look it up on the Max website.
yeah.
0.6 millijoule.
Yep, nano pulsed fiber label or fiber laser. No hot swapping. It says very specifically on the control interface. Like there's literally a picture of the control interface like connector, the serial cable, and it says do not hot swap this. So yeah, manufactured by Max Photonics. It takes a DC 24 volt power supply, and full load current is 7 amps. And that is all the information we get. Good fans, really thick boy heat sinks on there. We have a dual fan configuration. It looks like the two fans line up with, if we're facing the back side of this, the left side over here. So the right side isn't really doing much. It's just kind of there for symmetry. That left side we really want to keep clear because that's where our exhaust, our ventilation for cooling is happening. As far as I can tell, this screen is just like permanently in here. So that's never coming out. So
it may be glued in. And if it's not, it may be a destructive removal method.
yeah.
Kind of like how on some phones there.
And
I
if we
probably wouldn't try that.
Flip the unit over, I'm really trying to be careful with this ribbon cable here. If we flip the unit over here, on the inside, I really wish this would come up, but I don't want to mess with it. I just want to look at the board. But talk about wiring. Gorgeous. Do you see this?
Yep.
That's brilliant. Everything is in a harness. You're just not servicing this, guys. To be completely honest, you're not going to do anything in here. I don't see any real information about the chipsets. They've all been sanded or obscured in some way or another. It's got an all-winner processor, all-winner.
That's not surprising. They're really popular in the system on a chip side of things.
Yeah, it's the A33.
Yep.
And there's a lot more kind of like obfuscated chips in here. They really don't want you to know what chips are running.
Yeah. The all-winner side of stuff. I mean, it sounds very. I don't know a nice way of saying this, but it sounds like a very generic brand of like, oh, it's a computer. Is it really kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, you know what
it's actually all winners. They're really well known.
Yeah, and they have been actually kind of funny side story. Neither here nor there, but lately, you know this, Kyle. I've been like really into like emulating like old game consoles lately.
Yep.
And a lot of the kind of like emulator hardware runs all winner chips, and they're very nice. So
yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's about it, dude. It's all custom in here. I'm assuming this is our controller.
Yeah, it's probably a custom controller.
The weird thing is that the controller doesn't at any point talk to the laser directly. It's all through the SoC. So as far as swapping this out, guys, for like an EasyCAD board, you aren't. You're just not. You're not doing it. It's not even like it would be hard situation. This is a you would spend
a lot of time like engineering fixes for a lot of things.
Yeah, look at all these. You see all these potentiometers?
Yeah.
Look how many there are on there. Like, I don't even know what those do. That's pretty wild.
You know what? That's probably power delivery changes for the battery system or something.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing anything super interesting on this board. There's like our little screen power connectors over there. This is screen data, and everything else is just kind of integrated. These two USB ports here and here simply go to the external USB ports. And we have a basic relay control board up here, and I'm assuming this is the actual laser controller.
Yeah.
And it's relaying information through the SoC, because this ribbon cable connected to the SoC is the one that runs over to the actual laser source. But I think that's about all we're going to get from it, just kind of like looking at it. So if anything, guys, this proves one thing, which is it's pointless to open this. There's no need to void your warranty at all for any reason, because you are not doing anything in here. You're literally not doing anything in here. You know, maybe someday if the source in this dies, you could theoretically replace it if you could get the same source. So if you could get this exact source, which is a custom source, so it's going to be extremely difficult to find, nigh impossible. But if you happen to find one, you could potentially swap the source out. The source doesn't even power itself on a power supply. It literally gets all its power from the SoC. So it's really, really custom. It speaks to the amount of effort that SFX put into this. This is an actual like designed and engineered product. It's not just an amalgamation of you know, off the shelf parts. They've really tried to like build something unique.
If they were going to do that in like a split style laser, just to kind of add to that, these would all be individual components combined into a bigger case. They wouldn't have gone through the effort to, you know, engineer a single board with an add-on board to do everything.
Yeah,
because
absolutely
not.
not.
Because of the cost. When you can buy something off the shelf that does it already, it reduces your engineering cost. It reduces your turnaround time. It reduces your product turnover life cycle so that you can implement on it faster or add things to it or change things as you see fit. They've gone through the effort on this to make it a ready to go all in one product, kind of like how you would with a laptop. They've slimmed down everything.
Yep. Yeah, this is ground out and voltage out right here, the red and black wires, and they go directly into the SoC too. So this is not like some kind of direct power controller. It's very interesting. It's an interesting build, and it's nice to see something new. I don't know. If you're watching this and you don't look at a lot of electronics, then you probably just see circuits and you're like, that's nice. But when I look at this, I see like a product that they put some care into developing. It looks nice. They're nice boards. It's really tight engineering on the silicon.
I could see why they were proud of it and wanted you to take a look at it now.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super happy with this. And I know they know I was going to do this, you know, so
the only thing
I guess that's it.
The only thing I could see anybody ever wanting to do by taking this apart wouldn't even be to take the whole thing apart. It would be maybe to replace the emergency stop switch.
Yeah, which is doable. It's just a plastic ring on the back.
Yeah, you just unscrew it, unlatch it, and then it should pop out.
The power switch is just a simple latch in. It's not even threaded. It's just a little clicker on the back there.
That would be the only thing I could foresee breaking at any point, just out of normal use.
Yeah.
Because
and that you don't even really
die eventually, but
like you said, you don't have to undo the whole machine to do that. You can literally just pop that front panel off with the clips if you really, really had to. But I'm assuming that would be something probably covered under the warranty that you're voiding by removing the sticker. So I'd probably just ask SFX to do that first.
Did
They
you get
are
that screw that you dropped, by the way?
oh, the one that fell
Before you
into
get that
the
into place?
shoot. No, I'm gonna try to dump it out without. Oh, there it is. It fell out. Okay, good.
Just figured I'd try and save you a headache.
Yes, thank you. All right, got it.
But
I
yeah,
really
that's
don't
the only
wanna
thing I
mess
could
up
think
the
of,
screen.
and realistically, that's just. I would only ever do that on my own if it was. Well, let me rephrase that. As a consumer, I would only ever do that on my own if it was out of warranty and it was going to cost me an exorbitant amount to get it fixed.
Yeah.
Knowing that I could just pop the front panel and replace it in like 5 minutes. But with it being under warranty, yeah, just have them do it, man. If that's how they do their services. So
Oh, oops.
you shock yourself.
I thought that I did, but I didn't. It was just the pokey end of one of the zip ties. Wow, that just like
Seats in nice.
yeah, dude, it like seats in. I love this stuff. I love when
Imagine
they do a
it
good job.
fitting together like it should.
Yeah,
It's
I
not.
love when they
It's not
just like
something
make.
that we can always say.
No, it's not.
It's
It's like someone had a thought and followed through with it. It's
Yeah.
a very nice feeling tearing one of these apart. And let's see if this just, yep. This is just going to snap back in for us real nice. What a good design. I'm impressed. I'm really happy with what I've seen in here today. For the record, when I write my review, everyone will know that we've actually looked inside and taken some notes.
I feel like it not being able to run Lightburn, I can understand if that's
Why?
the case.
Yeah.
But while that's unfortunate, I don't feel like it was in the spirit of use case, right? So like to run Lightburn, well, I guess there's a Linux Lightburn distribution, but it's also not an EasyCAD board, so it wouldn't be compatible anyway.
I think that the big takeaway here, besides its beautiful construction, which it is that they have the tools in place to update this firmware.
Yeah.
Will they do that? That's my question. You know, like I've found flaws in your firmware. Are you going to use the system that you developed to fix it?
What I'd like to know is, would they be willing to open that up to Lightburn so Lightburn could do a compatibility Linux distribution for something like this?
Oh, and just flash it over USB?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
like, I don't know how realistic that is.
I don't either.
Let's face it, when you're running like an SoC like this, not everything is always going to be compatible when it's super custom. But like that would be cool as hell. But would I be I don't know the word I'm looking for, but would I be upset if that wasn't possible? No, because I don't really think that's in the spirit of what they were looking to do with this.
No, it doesn't.
I think it, in terms of ultra portable, in like kind of like a touchscreen tablet format, with having it all in one little brick, I think this is about as good as you can expect. Especially because they don't directly work with Lightburn per se, so they wouldn't have had access to kind of incorporate that into their engineering anyway.
I don't even care. I just want to see the update features built into their software used. That's all. Because a lot of people add stuff like that, and then there's never a firmware revision.
Yeah.
Ever. You know what I mean? So I'd just like to see, like, I made some really small points about usability that would be easy to add via a very small software update, and I'd like to see them do that.
I just want to see it updated, even if it's not my fixes. I just want to see that they care about the firmware after.
Yeah,
after
they
release.
utilize it going forward and actually improve on the product.
Right. I'm not trying to make it sound like it's like my suggestions or the highway. That's not what I'm saying. I just want to see some after release, like firmware support and firmware updates. Would be nice.
Kind of unrelated, but not. Anthony's pulling out the Matrix quotes with, when I look at this, I just see brunettes, redheads. Nice. And he also says SFX seems like a solid brand. Maybe I should buy that used 50-watt unit.
Dude, they rock.
SFX
They're
is a
great.
solid brand.
Yeah, we really like them.
Yeah.
We get along super well. Everybody that I've worked with over there that I've spoken to, which has been on a number of occasions, has been incredibly friendly and helpful. No complaints, man. I'm just slowly piecing this back together. All right.
Crackle pop.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge was just making sure that I didn't catch any of the
wires.
Yeah, the wires.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh man, I love that. I love this. I know not everybody gets it, but this is freaking cool to me. All right, that's a problem. My little screwdriver head came out.
Uh-oh. Flip it upside down?
And bang it on the table.
Well, I mean, just the weight of itself.
I'm feeling pretty confident that this is de-energized now, so I'm going to...
Feeling cute, going to use metal products?
Yeah. I think I can just pick it up with this one. Again, me struggling with this right now. Oh, I just dropped the bigger piece in there. Damn. Me struggling with this right now is nothing against SFX. I shouldn't be in here. I can't make that clear enough. There we go. Hey.
Do you get it all or just the one?
Nope, I got it all.
All right.
But we still have a screw left. My flashlight. I hope somebody finds this useful.
Well, I can tell you I appreciate the knowledge I've gained from it.
Yeah, well, you're a nerd. I mean, like normal people who aren't like us.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
The more knowledge, the better.
I really don't want to leave out screws. I want to get this like 100% back
to stock.
Factory stock, yeah. Oh, I think I got this one in.
That's what we'd like to hear.
These precision screwdrivers are like just like a millimeter too short. Can I use this extension now that I'm on the metal one? Yes, I can. So we have like 2 viewers left, or?
We're at 27.
Oh my God, you guys are nuts.
If you guys are enjoying yourself, smash that like button and also put a 1 in chat.
A 1 in chat?
Yep, just drop a 1 in chat.
Just let us know that you're breathing.
Yeah, let me know if you're awake over there. 27 viewers doesn't count if you're asleep.
Do we have at least 27 likes?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Vince
right.
already hit the like. I'll take that. Anthony put a Juan in chat instead of a 1. I'll accept it. Yeah, dude, we're at I think we're at Let me refresh. We're at 40 likes.
Word, guys. Nice one. Glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing is sick, dude. If I can get it to work, I guess it works pretty well as a portable laser, and it works decently as a, like, even a desktop laser. And I just want to see it reach its full potential as far as like both of those things go. I think that the setup with like the Blackwell engineering plate, like, I think that's really clever. And it's a really clever way that you can use this in kind of either configuration and make it a travel machine, you know, for going to shows and stuff.
You could make a plate specific for using it with this type of application too, where you just have it slot into like a cutout that fits into the acrylic plate on the bottom, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't have to be crazy. You could go as crazy or as uncrazy as you want to be in terms of like fixturing it into place, but you got some options.
Yeah, I'd really like to. I'm gonna write Venus. I'm gonna have to do like an email and just be like, "Hey, man, here's the list." You know, as far as the software, because the only limitations this machine is facing, in my eyes, right now, are software limitations, and that's good. I'd much rather software issues than
software
hardware.
can be fixed after the fact, because they say it's
Right?
upgradable. So,
yep. I'm very much looking forward to that. Worth voiding the sticker. I'm glad that we did that. I was a little nervous that we weren't going to get past the
barrier to entry.
That rail. Yeah, the like center rail. I did like how the whole system comes out on that rail, though, which is nice too.
Yeah.
Not that you guys should be in there, because you shouldn't. But it was just, yeah, it just shows thoughtfulness in the design. I know I've said that a couple times now, but that's kind of my takeaway after this stream today, is that they really cared about this product. They care about how it looks. Obviously, the thing is gorgeous, and they care about how it functions, and that's enough for me, man. I'm stoked on that. I think this is going to be really fun to have around the shop, or not around the shop, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you ever end up getting like the power plant, you know, at the falls, is like, hey, we need freaking pipes marked.
Yeah.
Conduit. Can you come do it in place? Because we're not disassembling the power station.
Yep.
I mean, you got options.
Yeah. I mean, even like to the extent that, like, if I went bankrupt tomorrow and I lost my house and everything in it, and we lost the shop and we lost the channel, like, and I was staying in a hotel room, like, I could keep this and keep doing work, you know?
That's fair.
This is almost like a piece of consumer electronics rather than like a piece of industrial equipment. And in that sense, it is exciting to me. I enjoy its existence as that kind of a product. And like, don't get me wrong, you can absolutely use this as the industrial tool that it is meant to be. But it's also really cool that, like, I could literally run a laser engraving business out of a hotel room with this next to an open window. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm just saying it's cool that you could. Am I making sense? I feel like I'm just rambling. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Except
like
for the particular part about a hotel with an open window. Hotels don't have windows.
Hotels don't have windows?
Hell no.
What are you talking about, man?
Windows that open.
Yes, they do.
Any of the hotels I've been to in the last 10 years have the stupid safety glass.
I'm not like talking about a Best Western, dude. I'm talking about like a hotel.
Okay.
Whatever. Could run out of your car in the parking lot.
That's fair. Yeah.
You could literally buy a power inverter for your car and plug this in, and I bet you could run this off the engine.
I mean, you could charge it from like a inverter.
Yeah. This is, you know how we're always talking about the democratization of technology on the channel?
Mm-hmm.
This is, I feel like this is the epitome of that. This is taking something that used to only be found in giant factory environments and literally being like, there it is. There you go. Anybody can put this in their garage. And don't get like, so like the X-Tool F1 is cool, right? It's cool. But for just ever so slightly more footprint, this is a 30-watt laser over a 2-watt semiconductor. This is a 30-watt true fiber. It's pretty cool, man. I just like the battery, honestly. That's the cool part to me.
Just to catch you up with chat, Vince backed you up and said, I've been in hotels with windows that open. And Miranda said, Alex, what the fuck are you talking about? They definitely don't open. And in fairness, Vince says, what kind of hotels are we staying at? And does it still work?
It appears to be booting.
In fairness, a lot of states have, I mean, this is irrelevant, but a lot of states have requirements on hotels and motels that are above 2 stories and safety glass and windows that don't open for mental health reasons, I guess we could say.
Yeah. Well, there it is. There's the hello world. If I hit start, it appears to arm it. And can we mark the table? Yes, everything still works.
It's doing a thing. Alex isn't wearing safety glasses.
Well, I've got the window on this end. You don't over here. Look at that. We marked the table. That actually is a decent mark.
Probably removed like the urethane coating or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. See if I can move this over here. Give you guys like the unshielded view. Maybe of what's going on. I'd like to run the hello world on like this. I feel like the slate would be a good example too. But
your table isn't bamboo, right? It's like a
no, it's like block. It's like a butcher block for sure. There you go, guys. All right, let's see what we can do with this bad boy. Dude, I love that this is running off battery right now. Also, for the record, still at 100%. Not even 99 yet, unless it goes down, to 75 from 100, or 90.
That first percent's a big step. Step back from that ledge, my friend, says Anthony. Yeah. How fitting for the battery. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, assuming the BMS system is accurate, which I feel like it probably would be if they've gone through the effort to have it all centrally controlled through an SoC.
Yeah, exactly. It's got a whole SoC. There's no reason it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it probably has its own battery management, like charging for cells and shit built into the battery too. But I mean, some pretty sick kit.
Check this out, guys. Here we go. Look at this. Pretty rad. I just can't take my hand off it.
It'll move.
Yeah, I'd love to. That would be definitely one of the things I'd like to see added
Oh, I did take my hand off it. No hands. I would love to see the opportunity or the option to start marking from the touchscreen.
Yeah, maybe with like a warning screen even. So like, are you sure you want to mark and then have to confirm just because of the nature of this? I could
Sure.
understand.
Yeah.
The other thing that would be cool is if they included like a boot for the bottom. So instead of just the acrylic spacers that they give you,
Yep.
maybe like one that it goes beyond the spacing outside of the shell. So you could maybe affix it into place on a workbench.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
I
for alignment
am
purposes.
going to walk away from the laser for a second and just grab a USB disk because I'd love to just try to load in a file really quick. So that's the one thing I think we haven't really
You gonna try and do like an image or something?
attempted. Yeah, I'm just getting a very simple like SanDisk Cruiser 4 GB drive, small. And I'm just going to grab a vector off of my PC, which I have my mic with me. Obviously, it's wireless, so I can keep talking. I'm just not going to be doing anything.
We're going on a field trip in spirit.
Yeah, spirit trip. All right, I got the mouse. Let's see what we can dig up here.
I guess I tired out the puppy earlier because she's still enjoying her nap. She's got her butt facing me. She's tooting away, gassing off all that 10-hour road trip stress.
Ooh, design bundles. Here we go. This is perfect. I love that Design Bundles has free vectors that you can just get and add to your vector library. We should put a link to them in the description. We have a great affiliate link with Design Bundles, guys. So if you want some designs like the one that I'm grabbing right now, go check them out. This is actually a great test for this too, because they are including an SVG, a DXF, an EPS, multiple PNGs. There's a lot of different options. I'm also going to save a couple AIs. So I'm just going to open my SVG as an AI file and then resave it as AI so we can test Adobe Illustrator compatibility. Matt read the list earlier, but I wasn't really listening. So
Rip.
See, is this laser ready? Yep, 100%. Nice file. All right. File. Save as a copy. Adobe Illustrator. And we'll save this one as a V8. Just because that's commonly compatible with EasyCAD. And then this one will save as the most recent CC version, which is going to be Illustrator 2020.
Anthony says he hasn't gotten a single bad file from Design Bundles. Neither have I. Yeah, I mean, I think between me and Alex, we've purchased a fair amount of bundles and haven't had an issue. And actually, I've purchased probably just as many ones that weren't really designed for laser or really even vector work. I just kind of turned them into that, and they were perfectly fine. So,
yeah. And some of them have like multiple colors, so you have to do make a little effort you know, to get
Yeah.
them black and white, but that's, you know, part of the game. I don't say that's a bad file. It's pretty clear whether or not you're getting a multicolored vector when you're downloading it. So
yeah, the nice part about that too, though, is if they provide the AI files and you import them into Lightburn, they recognize as different layer colors, and they auto assign the closest layer color in Lightburn, which is really friggin' handy. You just have to remember to update your layer settings to match. But
all right, I've got a really nice file spread here, so we can make an effort to import some of these.
Vince has the unlimited plus membership, so he's gotten hundreds of files and 0 bad ones. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's also, don't forget to check. So Alex did mention the free ones, but the other thing that you can do is go in there every once in a while and check. They have rolling bundles that change every couple weeks.
Yeah, that's why it's called bundles.
The free ones also change. So the hundreds of files that are listed for free do go through seasons of being free and going back to being a paid item later in the year. So check back through there, see if there's any that you don't have, and grab them every once in a while. Just kind of stock up on your resources, essentially.
I just did something super cool. I copied the files off the USB onto internal storage. It has internal storage. So now I've literally got those files on the unit itself.
I updated the description to include the Design Bundles affiliate link if you guys need it.
Nice. Thanks.
And we appreciate your support if you grab any. Vince said their dollar deals are really good too. Absolutely. Yeah. They're not always available, and those also are something that rotates around, but you can get some really, really impressive packs for $1.
All right. So a big bummer right now is I'm not seeing support for AIs, which is understandable, but also not seeing support for EPS or SVG. The only vector format that I can import right now is a DXF, which is less than ideal. I'd really like to see at least SVGs. So that's another note. That said, I did import the DXF, so we will see how that works. I'm just setting a width real quick. I know you guys can't see it. We'll do 90 millimeters, and let's zoom out to our workspace. We'll center this up. Let's do a fill. Moment of truth. Let's see how well it fills. Let's fix our line spacing, 0.025. Okay. Close. It looks like it's hatching correctly, so that's great from a DXF. And I don't know if that's thanks to the system or thanks to the person who created the file, but let's just double check our params. Marking speed, let's go to 250. Power, I'm going to drop to like 65. Frequency will leave about the same. It should just give us kind of like a boring grayish white mark here. And let's start to frame. So there you go, guys. You can see the frame there. It's literally going to fill this entire slate coaster, which I am cool with. I think I might just take the size down just a little tiny bit. Let's see. Select, let's go to maybe like, no, not 75, like 80. It should help start. It really is like on every edge. That looks much better. Let's just kind of try to center this up and straighten it here a little bit. All right, here you go, guys. Test, real world test with a real graphic, downloaded straight off of design bundles, not edited in any way, and we're running a DXF with standard settings. Let's see how it does.
On some real slate even.
Probably could use a touch more power, but it is coming out. I'm just not used to working with 30-watt sources. I've been on 60s and 80s for so long, but it is white. It looks pretty good. I don't know how good it looks to you guys on camera.
It's coming through. I think a lot of the, like, we can see it, but it doesn't look bright, I think, just because of the orange tint.
Yeah.
Most of the light going into that cavity.
Let's stop here. Let's stop this. I'm just going to make a quick modification here. So let's bump this power
up. Circling back to the file formats, it says BMP, DXF, HPGL, JPEG, and PLT are supported.
I don't recognize most of those.
Well, BMP is bitmap, DXF is just another, HPGL, I have no idea off the top of my head.
Oh, you know what our problem is? I didn't even think about this. We're not in focus because the coaster is.
You're like a 1/4 inch too close or whatever.
Dumb. Let's see. So to
Good
rectify, we just need a couple of these. So all I'm going to do to fix this problem is just pop some tiles on like that. I was like, this seems really weak.
Vince says HPGL is Hewlett-Packard Graphic Language. Plotters use it. I was looking up PLT, and it's also created apparently by Hewlett-Packard, according to Google.
Great.
So PLT is like a vectorized line drawing format type thing.
Oh, there we go.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, that was a problem.
So there's your file type situation going on. It also that it supports barcode formats?
Yeah, a very, very wide range of them. It's a very cool
code
thing
39, code 128, code 126, and also QR codes, apparently. Which, if it has an integrated QR barcode generation, that's
it does. Cool. I think you missed it earlier. It does.
I think I did, yeah.
It's very robust. Yeah, it's very robust. It'll be something we'll have to spend more time on, like during a full review. But yeah, they're both included, QR and barcode for sure. I'm nervous about the lens. This is definitely going to require some occasional lens cleaning because there's just nothing in place here to deal with the.
You could stick like a fan, like you could 3D print or mount a fan mount to one of those side exits and use the other one for alignment.
Certainly could. That's going to hurt our portability argument, but we could.
I mean, even one of those, like the hand fans that you walk around Disney with kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just stick one of those to it, like Velcro it.
I have like a PC fan that is not going to be very convenient for me to plug in right now, but would do the trick. See if I can unplug this while that's running.
The amount of soot and dust, of course, is going to depend on what you're marking. So something like slate, when
So I have
you do
something
anything
like this.
beyond, yeah, that works.
Trying not to move shit. It's a really heavy little fan. So when I pull on the cable, it wants to like slide all over the place. I'm just gonna take this over here and try to plug this in. And that would be.
You can see the
my
dust
solution.
just immediately evacuate.
Yeah, I think this would better serve us on this side where you guys can actually still see things marking. I'm literally putting this right next to the opening there, and that should make a fair bit of difference. Obviously, now that we're in focus, these settings are overkill. Not really the point, so don't judge me on my settings here.
You might even see a difference in marking performance now that the dust is being evacuated from in front of the laser.
Yeah.
It's actually reaching the material.
And certainly you could get like a small fan like this. You could probably get a smaller one. I bet like a 50 millimeter PC fan, you could probably just put a couple small holes in the back of the acrylic back here and like mount a PC fan to this if you wanted to.
Yeah. If you wanted to maintain the portability, you could do something that's easily battery powered. So like a little hand fan that you could walk around with that uses like AA batteries or whatever.
Yep. Now that we are in focus, I'm just going to modify my parameters a little bit. Back to like what I was originally planning to use. Yeah, the worst part about this so far has been the having to pull the trigger when I don't need to.
Look at all the dust moving from where the pulses are hitting. It's just dancing across.
Mm-hmm.
It's friggin' mesmerizing.
We're at 92% power now. So definitely with like more sustained usage, there is power draw. You know, if you're just serializing a bunch of stuff, you're going to be able to use this thing for hours. But if you're doing, you know, repeated marks like this, say we've gotten through maybe like 3 coasters and we've used about 8% of our battery. So your use case as far as battery life goes is absolutely going to affect the longevity of the battery life on that, as Kyle was saying earlier.
Yep.
So we can certainly confirm that. I mean, we're at a fairly high power right now, and we've been, you know, these aren't short run times by any stretch in the grand scheme of things. So again, for its intended use, you're going to see better.
What kind of line interval are you running on this?
0.025.
Cool.
So we could definitely ease up on that a little bit too, a little bit without getting lines. Now that second mark that I did isn't looking so bad. That looks nice and white. Definitely going to take some getting used to. I don't have a library on this. That's another thing I need to address with them is like, maybe you're not intended to. Maybe it's just like load the file in with the settings and just that's it. You know, that way it's always loaded in. I don't really know what the expectation is there. There's certainly some things I want to clarify. It's not as much as I am having fun with this, and I am having fun with this. There's a lot of software things that
We'd love to see.
I need some answers on at the very least. Let's try this.
Otherwise, you're going to be walking around with a freaking parameter handbook, essentially.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I just keep my library on my laptop in Lightburn. There is a button. There's a button on the back of the scan head. I don't know what it does.
Just one button.
Yeah, there's one button. I'll show you as soon as this is over.
I wonder if it puts it into ready state to enable the trigger.
Perhaps. Might be like the start button in software. This may be like the physical analog to that.
Yeah.
That like arms it, perhaps. Yeah. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that second pass is not helping. Can I pull the trigger again to stop it?
Miranda is like, do it.
No, I can't. I cannot. So let's hit the stop button. All right, so it's not armed. I'm going to push the button on the back. Nope.
What if you press it again?
It does. It is like, here, so if I hit start back here. So it's armed on the unit. And I pull the trigger. Nope, it doesn't lock me out of pulling the trigger. Oh, yes, it does when the light is on. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. It's not. It's still not started in software. Nope, nothing. Bizarre. I'll show you so you can see what I'm talking about. Maybe. So there's the device. We'll just zoom out a little bit here. And just take this back up so I can take my hands off it. Oh, that's a fan. Let's move that. So here on the back side, this is the button I'm referring to. So that little laser symbol, I totally pressed it by accident, but you can press it. But I don't know what it does because it doesn't seem to start. It doesn't seem to stop me from starting the laser with the trigger, regardless of what state that rear button is set to. So again, I have not even read the manual for this laser yet, guys. So considering that, I think we're doing pretty well with it. There's definitely some unique things about this format of machine that we do not understand because it's not every day that we have these in the shop. But yeah, I think that's about what I have to say about this for today. I mean, I don't, we could just sit here and mark stuff, but that part of this experience is not different than anything you guys haven't already seen on the channel. It's really about, oh, that's a nice overhead shot of it too. So there you can see the PC fan, kind of like just wired up there. And that's, I mean, yeah. So like I said, like it's a laser. It's a pulsed fiber laser. We know what that is. So that isn't really the interesting part about this. It's the form factor that is notable here. And there are absolutely functions of this that are missing
from a software perspective that I need to talk to SFX about, but there are also bits and pieces of this machine that I just definitely do not understand yet. So I'm gonna have to do a little learning myself, just to make sure that we aren't like dropping the ball on something. Oh, bro, dude.
What's up?
So after the job stopped, the battery level went back up to 98% because it didn't have a load on it.
Huh.
Yeah. So I don't know if that means it's artificially low while there's a load, or if it's artificially high when there isn't a load. I'm not really sure what the answer is to that either. So that'll be something we can investigate. Let me turn this around so you guys can actually like just appreciate this one more time before we call it a day. But yeah, what a treat. That is cool. It'll be really cool to compare this to the Binyan one too. I don't think that we've talked about this yet, guys, on the channel. But I have another one of these coming. Binyang, something like that. I have to look. I don't have it in front of me at the moment. They're sending one that's similar to this, but that comes with a platform and a tower. So it will be, it looks like it's much more like an off-the-shelf parts construction, which you know we like here. It's not going to be like this nice custom system. It's going to be something that looks a little more generic and probably operates a little more generically, which we've made pretty clear today has its benefits. But it will be very interesting to kind of compare this with that one to look at the two different styles of what you would consider a portable marking laser, and kind of weigh the pros and cons of like the customized solution against the more kind of generic stock approach. So I'm looking forward to making those comparisons. But here it is. I hope you guys had fun today. You feel like that was worth the time we spent on it, Kyle?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's
Yeah.
there's some value there. Vince has a legit question following Miranda's statement.
Okay.
Miranda said, "Press it, live life on the edge," and then Vince said, "When are you going to mark the van?" So I guess the real question is, how on the edge does your wife want you to be?
Yeah. I don't know. I honestly don't know how well a fiber laser would do against automotive paint.
It does pretty good depending on the tone.
Yeah.
If it's not white, it's probably going to be okay.
Interesting. That's all I got, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to smash the like button if you got value out of this one. Helps people find the stream and find the rest of our content. If you're still here after all this time, leave a comment after the stream. Wow, my hat looks just dumb on this camera. If you're still here, definitely go leave a comment after the stream. That means you're really dedicated, and we'd love to hear your thoughts about something like this. Do you think it's useful? Do you think it's dumb? Do you think it's confusing? Let me know what emotions this spurs deep down inside of you. And if you haven't, go sign up for the Laser Master Academy. #1 way to support the channel. Lets us keep doing stuff like this. I literally have it at my feet at the moment. The old 30-watt Mactron laser that we're going to build into a test bench. That's coming up very soon. That's very high on my priority list. I'd really, really like to do that in the near future. So if you want to get notified for that, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you get notified when we do set that stream up, because that's not going to be one you want to miss either. Is there anything I'm not thinking of, Kyle? If this
links to the communities, Facebook, Discord, and the LMA that was previously mentioned are also down below.
Yeah, if you think this is cool and you want one and you literally can't wait for the review to go pick one up, I will leave an Amazon affiliate link to them down in the description, because SFX does sell on Amazon, guys, and it's awesome. You order a fiber laser and it shows up at your door in 2 days from Amazon. It literally just is that easy. So That's one of the cool things about SFX. And we'll leave a link down there so that you can help support the channel with your purchase if that's something that you want to do. But I had a ton of fun with this, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It was a long stream today, but it was a good one. I needed to do something like this. I feel reinvigorated, as I usually do when I tear things apart. That's all I've got. I love each and every one of you, and we will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. See you guys.